Drumroll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV, where it's the final day's worth of action in Group A here at Double Trouble 3. That man in your picture about to throw his last practice darts is Leonard Gates. He tops the table overnight. Him and Steve Beaton both with 12 points to their name, but it's a very tight group. 4 points separate the 6 players in action over the course of this session. Gates and Beaton on 12. Andreas Harrison and Robert Thornton are on 10 points, while Simon Whitlock and Neil Duff are the bottom 2 players. They are on 8 points overnight. I'm Henry Deacon. I'll be guiding you through all the action over the course of the day in the commentary box, and alongside me throughout the course of the day is the 2-time WDF ranking event winner, 4-time PDC World Championship participant, Matthew Edgar. Overnight, Leonard Gates is the table topper. He has a 5-leg lead on legs difference from Steve Beaton. Both of them are on 12. And we really do have, Matt, a real tight run towards the end of the day.
We do, and I don't think we've ever had a scenario where we've gone into the final day and we've looked at it and everybody has still got an opportunity of winning it. Normally, there's one player out of the mix. We've normally got an 1,000 to 1 shot.
First
but
leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Kind of close.
Game on.
So Thornton are going to get us underway in the first game of the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Getting
96.
off second dart of his first visit. And if you have just joined us for the first time this week, it is best of 5 legs as opposed to the normal best of 7. This is how the table looks
78.
overnight going into today's action. Leonard Gates, top of the table with 12 points alongside Steve Beaton and Andreas Harrison on 10. And how key as well could the legs difference that Leonard Gates has accrued overnight be over the course of the day?
I've said all week long, and I'm going to stand by it.
6.
This will be decided whether it's who wins the group or who gets into Group B or C. There is going to be deciding factors here based on the legs difference. The group's
58.
too tight. Everyone's beating each other. No one's getting a run of results as such that you feel someone's going to go through the card. And because of that,
108.
legs difference is going to be vital. And yesterday we had a lot of games split, a lot of games sort of 3-1. So if you can register a big win, get a 3-0 somewhere, could be vital.
Well, Leonard Gates registering the first max of the day. But it's Thornton looking at 107 to
100.
take the opening leg of the session. Haven't seen a great deal of ton plus checkouts over the course of the week. But we're going to kick off the day with one.
67.
Tops just goes above for the foreigner, so Gates will come back looking at 83 to get the break in the opening leg of this match.
And that does go down as a missed start at double there for Leonard Gates. I'll tell you some more about that in the next leg. Robert Thornton looking to hold on to his throat. Does so with no problems there. Good, comfortable start for Robert Thornton. But missed doubles was something that didn't really happen for Leonard Gates yesterday. 100% in game number 1, 50% game 2, 100%, then 2 from 3, 1 from 2.
78.
Leonard Gates yesterday thrown 17 darts at a double and hit 12. He only missed 5 darts at a double across the entirety of the day. That's incredible.
No score.
And that is the first time in a couple of days that Robert Thornton hasn't got out the gate in a leg. Yesterday, he got off first visit in every single leg that he played.
140.
That was how strong he was.
28.
As a matter of fact, he was 12 out of 20 in terms of kicking legs off over the course of yesterday's action.
121. 100.
That's kind of the name of the game, isn't it? How
98.
quick can you get in? You can see how much of an impact it makes here when you look at the distance in the scoreboard. It'd take an absolute miracle here for Robert Thornton to take a 2-0 lead.
Energy requires
Okay,
64.
looking at 64 to square this game up at 1 apiece. And he's going to get 1 dart at double 16 to do exactly that.
Game shot on the second leg.
And finds double 16 to level up at 1-1.
That strength becoming a strength once again
Third
there
leg,
for
it's
Leonard
Robert
Gates.
to
I mean,
throw
the doubling
first.
going out this week has
Game
been
on.
exceptional. And you kind of expect that for a couple of reasons. One, the calibre of player that we've got here is extremely good.
No score.
Very good glittering CVs of the players. But also, you can imagine the routines may have been a little bit different in the fact that the players
28.
would have been putting a bit more focus on the actual doubles. We've got 3 players here with exceptional doubling percentages. Steve Beaton, 42%.
36.
Simon Whitlock, 44%. But Leonard Gates leading the way at nearly 49%
100.
across his Monday and Tuesday matches. That's elite. That's world class. That's unrivaled class.
96.
Eder wins this one. He will move 2 points clear at the top of the table.
66.
Ahead of Steve Beaton's clash with Neil Duff. That's game 3 of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Following this one,
95.
it's Simon Whitlock up against Andreas Harrison.
$171.
171 leaves Gates on 136.
$66. Leonard, you
So
require
Gates looking at
136.
136 to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead. Another one of them. Leads double 8. For what would have been a showbiz
120.
shot for the American ace. That would have actually been the highest finish of the week so far. It would have beaten
140.
Steve Beaton's 135 by a solitary
requires
point.
16.
For this for the break, and this for the darts then to win the match.
Game shot on
Double
the
8 is
third
found
leg.
for Leonard
Leonard
Gates to move 2-1 to the good. And now he has the opportunity on throw to open up a 2-point
Fourth
lead at
leg,
the
it's
top of this
Leonard
group.
to throw first. Game
The
on.
way in which he's been finishing this week, though, going to the board with 3 darts in hand, feels like one of the most certainties that we're going to get here this week. And when we take a look at the table, it's going to shape, it's going to form very, very quickly. And, you know, this game means a lot for both players, but
10.
you feel it's more vital for Robert Thornton. If he is to lose this game, would be 4 points adrift at the top of the table. And then he's got to watch Steve Beaton play. He's got to watch
59.
Andreas Harrison play. Players that are above him. He could lose touch very, very quickly here. And his focus may change very quick from top in the group to can I get myself into Group B still?
22.
And that's the double-edged sword for the players when you've got a group that's so tight. If you get off to a good start, then winning the group is very achievable. But if you don't, then you're lurking at the back door. You're
41.
lurking at the basement of Group C darts on Thursday and Friday afternoon, where Keegan Brown, Adrian Gray and Mark Dubbridge will enter
40.
the competition. Group B will see Steve West, Ross Montgomery and Ted Everts in action at the evening shift from 10 p.m. this evening. Well, tomorrow evening.
133.
Gates 110 to win the match. He grazed double 8 for the 136 in the previous leg. And with Thornton
66.
wallowing all the way behind,
110.
he's got time and space to move himself on to 14 points. It's been a clinical opening display, average in excess of 95.
94.
And a match start missed at double 16.
He's been on the stage, hasn't he? Pretty much all morning, Leonard Gates, just there on his own, practicing away, getting ready, getting used to it. Well,
140.
to be paying off.
Energy requires 16.
Well, they say that practice makes perfect. And it's a perfect start for Leonard Gates.
Leonard Gates.
3-1 victory against Robert Thornton to kick off his day. He moves on to 14 points in the group. And now he has the opportunity to really stamp his authority on things as we head towards the business end of the group. A 91 average to start. He got off first visit in every leg in the match. He's beaten Robert Thornton by 3 legs to 1. Coming up next, we're going to watch Simon Whitlock against Andreas Harrison. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So we seal the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we now see Steve Beaton and Neil Duff go toe-to-toe in our second game of the session. Before the break, Leonard Gates moved on to 14 points in the group with a 3-1 victory against Robert... Oh, no, it's not. It's Andreas Harrison against Simon Whitlock. It's game 2 of our Wednesday session here at the Live Lounge. Simon Whitlock, the 56-year-old from Hornsby in Australia, semi-finalist on his previous appearance here, up against Andreas Harrison, the 49-year-old from Malala in Sweden, the Series 7 champion here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Whitlock on 8 points overnight, Harrison on 10. If he wins this one, he can go over a couple of points of Leonard Gates, of which he will play later on in the session. Jack Garwood is the referee.
First leg,
in charge of all of the action
Game on.
this morning. Apologies about that. There was a slight indifference in terms of our graphic. I was looking up at the wrong bit of information there. But anyway, let's move on and into the action.
No score.
Straight into the action, Matthew Edgar.
Important game, this one, for Andreas Harrison, you feel? He's still got an opportunity to win this, and I just wonder, like, he'll get pictures into the practice room, he'll see graphics of him lifting that trophy, and I just wonder if that's inspiring.
No score.
Because he is here against a group of people that have yet to lift a series crown. One of a rare few, Andreas Harrison, on a very exclusive shortlist. Simon Whitlock is going to win this group. You feel he's going to have to run the card today. And
50.
He's got 4 wins from his first 10 games. Probably when you look at his statistics, you'd say that's kind of what he warrants.
140.
Average-wise, he'd be bottom of the league.
Well, there was always going to be a big name that was going to fall foul of finishing bottom
26.
of the pile, and nobody will want that indignity. But I just, again, wonder how many of these players will be through to Saturday night's final, because in terms of a Group A lineup, this is
100.
as strong as we've seen in a very, very long time. If we've ever seen a lineup as strong as this for Group A.
59. Andreas, you require 141.
There's an interesting pattern that has emerged over the first couple of days, that Andreas Harrison could play his part in changing. And that comes in the win pattern of Simon Whitlock. He sandwiched his day. Monday, won his first game. In his last game, lost everything in the middle.
99.
Tuesday,
Andreas,
won
you
his first game. In his
56.
last game, lost everything in the middle. It's the meat of the day that Simon's been struggling with.
There's a sluggish start from Simon. Counter point by Andreas.
Harrison
gets the breaker throw, and he leads by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
I was having a little bit of a chat with Andreas. I actually bumped into him in the street before the session got underway. We were walking into the venue at the same time together, around about 8 o'clock, and he was saying he cannot wait to have a lay-in at some point, and as much as he enjoys playing here, I'm not sure he's one of a fan of the early mornings. Mind you, who likes an early alarm clock wake up, Matt?
140.
Well,
42.
Looking across the first couple of days, only Simon Whitlock has enjoyed game number 1 with 100%. Everyone else has won one or lost one. Or lost them both in the case of Andreas Harrison. Maybe he's not a morning guy. But today's business day. Today's the key day. Today's the one where we get that golden ticket passage straight through to Saturday night. And on a week like this, winning Group A becomes so much more important. We've got some fresh players coming in on Thursday and Friday, and some quality players as well.
Well, this has been a quality start for Andreas, averaging 88.5 at this present moment in time. That was after getting off quite slowly in the opening leg.
81. Andreas, you require 116.
But really has found a form which at this present moment in time is just too much for Simon Whitlock. Tops for 116.
96.
Just below for a 2-0 lead. But if there's any player in this building, more than anybody else, you would say he's got a chance at a 170 checkout, it is Simon Whitlock. And it's on. But it's not got.
23.
Not only you was believing that Andreas Harrison stood at the back of the stage nodding along. He thought it could have been a turning moment, a moment. Simon Whitlock could have got himself back into this game instead. Andreas Harrison confirms the breaker throw and puts himself fully in control now for a very much needed 2 points. That would put him into second place, trying to chase down Leonard Gates at the top.
89.
Dart 2 of leg 3. Harrison. As well, looking at the legs difference, could do with a healthy victory as well, because Leonard Gates, because of a big margin of win against Thornton, well, I say big, 3-1. Anything that's more than 3-2 is going to be considered a margin. Because of that, it's moved on to plus 10. So if Andreas can win this 3-0, he'll move on to plus 4 in terms of legs difference, which will give him a bit of room to manoeuvre, because it does feel like one of them groups which could well be dictated and determined by that particular margin, by the legs difference.
$125.
Whitlock responding well here in leg 3.
$140. $91.
Whitlock leads himself on a 2 darter after 12 to reduce the deficit back down to 1. Andreas over another triple. Has really piled the pressure on. He's left himself on 64 for the match. If this does not go, he's got a lovely guide there for the treble now. Finds it double 8.
80.
The second opportunity he's had at a double in the game, and it may well be the only opportunity he gets to save the match from here on in. Because Andreas Harrison looks at tops to wrap up a comprehensive 3-0 win to kickstart his day. Really good performance, average in excess of 90. Well, it doesn't look like the delay is doing too much to deter the players. Leonard Gates winning match 1 with an average in excess of 91, and Andreas Harrison there winning with an average of 90.18. A 3-0 victory against Simon Whitlock. Coming up next, it is Steve Beaton up against Neil Duff.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the jockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
Got out the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Andreas Harrison got the better of Simon Whitlock by 3-0. Next up for us, it is Neil Duff and Steve Beaton going head-to-head on the live lounge stage. Beaton has an opportunity to draw level on points of Leonard Gates at the top of the table on 14, with victory here over the Duff man, for whom has actually leapfrogged off bottom place because of the heavy margin of defeat attained to Simon Whitlock before the break. But Beaton, the 60-year-old from North Walsham, was the runner-up at the Legends League the last time he was here. Hasn't played in the main competition yet, but that will happen in a few weeks' time. Up against the 52-year-old from Ballyclare, Neil Duff, the inaugural Double Trouble champion, the inaugural WDF World Champion. If there's a first to be had on a trophy, Neil Duff is usually there or thereabouts. But it is game 3 of our session. It's Neil Duff in red, Steve Beaton in white. But who is going to win this particular battle?
Steve to throw first.
And it was,
game on,
in terms of Steve Beaton, a real upturn in form yesterday compared to some of the performances put in on Monday.
Well, he lost 4 in a row, didn't he, Steve Beaton, before completely flipping that around. And now he's on a chain and a run where he's won his last 4 fixtures. He said yesterday he felt more positive. He said he felt more confident. And that really did shine through. So what do we see on day 3? I think we see another step forward here for Steve Beaton. And I think we start to see the very best of him. Where
81.
He is going to be the one, I feel, that's going to be chasing down Leonard Gates at the top of the table. Could make that a key head-to-head clash today.
Well, Leonard Gates and Steve Beaton play in the
65.
final game of the session. How important that's going to be, we'll find out as the day develops.
125.
But already the early indications are that Steve Beaton is looking nice and sprightly on this Wednesday morning.
100.
He's got 6 darts here for 194 to take the opening leg.
58.
Needs himself 136. So Leonard Gates missed the double 8 for that in the opening game of the session. Beaton does hold the highest checkout of the week so far, the 135.
140. Steve, you require 136.
To win a match. But he's not going to start this match with a big shot, but he didn't have to with Duff all the way back on 196.
40.
For that bounce out makes life a little bit more difficult. Still leaves him on a 2-darter, but means he's going to have to find a treble or perhaps a double-double upon this combo.
140. Steve, you require
Duff
96.
finally applied pressure. Treble 19, well, treble 15 left, double 18 for Steve Beaton. Decided to go that way on the 81.
Neil, you
Needs
require
himself on
56.
double 8 if Duff cannot take out the 56. Double top.
Game shot on the
He's
first
taken
leg.
first time
Neil
of
Duff.
asking. And how costly that bounce out towards the end of the leg was for Steve Beaton in the end. Cost him an
Second
opportunity.
leg, it's Neil
Duff
to the
took his
first.
and leads
Game
1-0 with a break.
Slow start, strong finish there for Neil Duff. And that's something he's had to work on this business day, this important day, getting those
6.
doubles right. Because on the opening day, Monday's play 8 from 27. Yesterday, 7 from 31.
No score.
Total percentage across the first 2 days worth of play, 29%. Now, we say on a standard week
6.
you sort of got to be 33%, 1 in 3. So 4% lower than the expectation double percentage.
51.
And that's 4% lower on a week where the standard is significantly higher.
Not going to make the grade, but Neil will know that. But he will also know that the week isn't consigned just because you had a poor campaign in Group A. He'll try and regroup and lick his wounds, whether he's in Group B or Group C, on first day of Friday afternoon or evening.
140.
And he said in the past that one of his greatest traits and one of his greatest qualities is how he can work his way into a week that Group A isn't indicative of how his campaign's going to end, and he's pretty much won a week here at the Super Series from any which position, whether it be A, B or C.
100.
And having stolen the first leg, he has really commanded the second on throw here.
Which would be really damaging to Steve Beaton's hopes and would really strengthen the prospects of Leonard Gates. Leonard Gates
85.
is up in our next game. He'll be taking on Simon Whitlock, the man currently bottom of the table. This could be a bit of a hammer blow here for Steve Beaton. Expect to see him start on the bullseye. Gives him treble 20. Would have been for tops. Not going to get an opportunity at the target.
Neil
Duff
40.
will be throwing at here for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second
into the top corner and into a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Well, it looked initially that Steve Beaton was kicking things off rather nicely. Off first dart in this particular leg.
But no problem getting in, has they, for Steve Beaton? The problem's really come in the meat of the game. The scoring phase, just not extending on the scoreboard and already chasing here in leg number 3.
134. 125.
I think both players' qualities are fairly similar, isn't it? Their focus at points.
136.
Neil Duff has got this ability, and he spoke about it in an interview earlier on this week, that he never knows when he's beaten. And he sees that as one of his greatest traits.
60.
Even when he's 3 sets to 0 down in a World Championship match, he'll forever feel he can find a way back into it. Just like he did against Jim McEwen at the Lakeside 3 years ago. But he's the fun one at this present moment in time, and he's got Steve Beaton breathing down his neck.
140. Steve, you require 82.
Might well be the only dart he gets
62.
to the double to complete a leg in this match,
56.
because a miss there on tops has allowed Neil Duff to come back here for 56 to win it, and he hasn't missed a dart at a double to win a leg. 2 times he went for tops, 2 times he's hit it. Make it 3 times and make it 3-0 to Neil Duff, who has put a bitter blow into Steve Beaton's plans of winning this Group A. And once again in this building, Neil Duff is a winner against Steve Beaton. He seemingly has his number here. 3 for 3 on the doubles, 90 average. Really good performance that from the Duff man. Coming up after the break is Leonard Gates and Simon Whitlock. Welcome back to the Super Series. It's double trouble free, and this is how the table's looking after the first round of fixtures. A win for Leonard Gates and a defeat for Steve Beaton had seen the American open up a 2-point gap over the Bronze Adonis going into round 2 of the day. And Leonard at the top of the table will take on bottom place Simon Whitlock now. And for Simon, it was a slow start. Struggled to get out in his opening leg against Andreas Harrison, who then just gained some confidence from there. And went out a 3-0 winner in that contest. As for Leonard, well, he's put in the performance of the morning so far. An average of 91.34.
First
he's getting the better
leg,
performance and by 3 legs to 1. And he was visit perfect in terms of getting off in that game with Leonard. 1-1-3-1 was the starts to his legs. Now, he's moved to double 19 to
98.
Kick off his legs today. Spent the last couple of days playing on double 14 and double top. Not entirely sure the reasons behind the
35.
change of MO for Leonard, but it's seemingly working anyway.
I think he's just sort of player that plays on feel and comfort, isn't he? I don't think you're going to get anybody advise Leonard how to do it any differently these days. I think he's set in his ways and just sort of enjoys his darts, doesn't he? Not one of these that really think it through too much, don't overcomplicate it, just point me at a target and I'll throw at it.
95.
And he really is looking razor sharp this morning, isn't he?
Well, you had the chat with him this morning, didn't you, Henry? And in that chat he was
59.
talking quite a lot about the players and the quality and the respect he has for people in this group. So he knows what he's up against, and he knows what he's up against this week.
58.
It's a week full of names, full of reputation. So you've got to make the most of the position he's in, where he could be in Saturday night and bypass the dangers of Thursday and Friday, because it's not one of those weeks where you look at it and say, we're going to get a strong showing from the Group A players.
And look, you've been there before, Matt. You've played at the highest level. When you play better opposition, you naturally raise your game anyway.
Well, you stop following the pattern of play, you just get on with it.
134.
You don't read it, you don't try and sort of break it down, you just know, you expect, well, he's going to hit everything, so just get on with it.
100. Leonard, you require 16.
So Gates looking at double 8 to take the opening leg up for double 4. Sometimes take that pause when moving across the board.
14.
The double 2 doesn't
Simon,
go,
you
and so Whitlock looking at
114
114 to get the break in the opening leg. Look at the Shanghai on 19s. Unable to get, and so Gates has found himself in a madhouse, although there was a time yesterday where he elected to leave himself there.
A 62 finish, wasn't it? Treble 20, double 1. You question then, does he love double 1?
No score.
Right now, he probably hates
Simon,
it.
you require 56.
And so Whitlock here has got an opportunity to break. A leg that for large sways off, he wasn't a part
Shot
of.
First leg,
But
Simon
he's
Whitlock.
nicked it off of Leonard Gates to lead 1-0, and now he has the room to really manoeuvre in this match.
Leg, it's Simon to throw
Felt
first.
like a passenger
Game on.
through the entirety of that leg, as he has throughout the entirety of this group. However, victory here, and it all gets very interesting. Only 4 points that separate top to bottom, and Leonard Gates once again comes back to the pack.
And it'd be music to the ears of Metters, Harrison and Beaton, who is Leonard Gates' final 2 matches of this group. So effectively, although there really isn't any easy games in this group, he's getting through the players at the bottom end of the table early and then taking on the big 2 towards the end of the session. Whitlock hasn't got off after a couple of visits. Gates has got an opportunity to bite back here. Double checked with the referee. Check guard is to its proximity.
No score.
Well, he got the opportunity, didn't he? He got that free passage in the last one where Leonard Gates not able to get the job done at the end of the leg. Now Simon Whitlock
95.
not able to get the job done at the start of the leg and instantly handing that advantage back to Leonard Gates. gets off at the 10th time of asking. Has the damage already been done?
112.
Well, the fact is, he's got away and then scored big. Gates got off quicker, but up until that point wasn't really applying any kind of scoring pressure. But if Whitlock can pile in something big here, there's still a competitive leg up on for the offing.
Had to be big. It had to be the biggest one of them all, you feel. It had to be a maximum.
43.
Comes up dry without a treble. 3, 4, 6, not an ideal leave either. A maximum now doesn't leave a finish, so Gates knows he's got plenty of time here.
60. $140. Leonard, you require 148. $58.
So Gates leaves himself on 90 to break back and level up at 1-1.
$108.
Whitlock with that max leaves himself on double 13. Gates may just get a dart at the ball here to level up, but he's not even going to get that because he strayed wide into the 5, and so
Simon,
Whitlock once again getting a free pass in a leg.
Well, it takes 10 darts to get in. You start writing the leg off, but that's the beauty of this format in a nutshell. Simon Whitlock cashes it in. Leonard Gates pondering. He'll be wondering how he's 2-0 down.
Third leg, it's Leonard to throw first.
He's been clear. He's been unable to capitalise, and Simon Whitlock just chips away, causes the damage.
Well, put it this way, Matt.
118.
If you told somebody who hadn't seen this game that it's Simon Whitlock 2, Leonard Gates 0, you'd probably say that Whitlock has dominated proceedings. But it's been anything but that. If anything, if balance of play was a metric in which that we were going to judge players by, Leonard Gates would probably be 2 up in this contest.
Leonard Gates would be 3 up if he was going on balance of play and how it's sort of gone so far. Well, that's not how we decide things around here.
$96.
We're seeing Leonard play in a different mode here. We're getting to see Leonard play now with frustration.
85.
That frustration causing reacting to the darts now. He's becoming engaged. He's noticing the misses. This is getting quite interesting here.
108.
Whitlock's not playing at his sparkling best, but it's just been good enough against Leonard. This has been 57. A really confusing performance from the American, particularly after what was such a positive start. And Whitlock here has got 6 darts at 189 to get the job done. He really is beginning to pepper that treble 20 now. Really beginning to find his range.
139.
And that could make him a really dangerous floater in this group.
For the first leg in this match, Simon Whitlock's ahead.
81.
It's about Simon Whitlock.
Simon, you require 50.
Can he complete the job?
Double 16 for the match. 2 8s. Doesn't
34.
seal it yet.
Leonard, you require 113.
Ironic, isn't it? Legs of which Leonard Gates has dominated, he's lost. Whitlock's dominated this one and hasn't crossed the line as of yet. Tops for Gates.
73.
Bent the wire, but that
Simon,
may well be the last dart he
106.
gets to miss as a double.
Simon,
7 to complete
16.
a leg. And so Whitlock will come back looking at double 8 to complete a 3-0 win. Well, that is how blocked that bed is. Whitlock moves across to the left-hand side and somehow finds a way through.
Simon Whitlock.
A kind deflection off of dart 2 and then in with dart 3, and it's a 3-0 win for Simon Whitlock. Leonard Gates might be smiling, but he'll be seething on the inside because the 2-point advantage that he had at the top of the group could well be whittled away, and suddenly everybody's back within touch of one another. Next up, Neil Duff and Robert Thornton. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here from the live lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Simon Whitlock got the pedal Leonard Gates by 3-0, and that means an opportunity for Andreas Harrison and Steve Beaton to move level on points when they face off in Game 6. But prior to that, Neil Duff and Robert Thornton have an opportunity to move on to 12 points. Duff beating Beaton by 3-0. Really good performance out the gate from him. 90.18 average. He was 3 from 3 in
First
terms
leg, it's Neil
of
to
finishing
throw
legs
first.
off.
Game on.
As for Thornton, a 3-1 defeat to Leonard Gates to kickstart his game. Duff electing to start on top, as he has done all week long.
100.
Gets going with dart number 2. Thornton straight into the action.
The finishing was so good,
80.
wasn't it, for Neil Duff in that opening game? 3-0 victory over Steve Beaton. 100% on the doubles. That was, when you look at Neil Duff and you say, is there a weakness in his game at the moment? Same for Robert Thornton, really. It's the finishing. 28% Thornton, 29% Neil Duff. That is where they could really gain some extra points and start to challenge this league table, because no one's out of it as it stands.
93.
There are literally just 4 points top to bottom. It's all going to go down to the wire, I think. Every single position. I don't think anything's going to be decided until the final 2 laps of fixtures.
55.
All battling for position. It's like, you know, in Formula 1 when they do like the pre-bit, so they decide where they're going to be.
Qualified.
That's it, yeah. And then they do like
100.
the prelude, so they know where they're going to start on the positions, don't they?
Yep, that's called qualifying, Matt.
Yeah, that's what we're doing now. We're doing that bit.
Yep, and so basically, in case you've never seen it before, so what we're going to do is the top player will qualify for Saturday, then second and third will qualify for another group, and then fourth, fifth, and sixth will qualify for another group, bit like how they do in, Yeah,
in pole position.
Exactly. See?
40.
I tell you, I'm assuming you've never been to a Grand Prix before.
The darts, yeah.
Definitely didn't play it.
30.
Good weekend, Matt. You should broaden your horizons there one time.
140.
Oh, brilliant finish that from Thornton to leave himself on a single to double. Duff leaving himself on 116 to take out the opening leg. Trouble 19 found to leave himself double top. Brilliant shot from Neil Duff. He really is in the mood today. Really good average in game one, and he's kicked off this particular match with a top plus checkout.
Game on. No score.
It's a game and a standard today that's just sort of warming up a little bit. And I say that with these two players on the stage because one of these two is guilty of something. I'm sharing a house with a pair of these at the moment this week. And one of these keeps whacking the heating up in the middle of the night. I haven't worked out which one it is yet. I think it's Roberts.
140.
No, Neil Duff has been spending the time enjoying the culinary delights of Portsmouth.
See, that's why I think it's Robert that keeps whacking the heating up.
60.
And Neil Duff, by the way, you talk about great cooks in darts, and Neil Duff is very much up there. If you speak to him quite nicely, he might be able to
99.
do you up a very nice meal. He can cook.
He offered me a pasta meal the other day, and then when I looked in the fridge, saw the ingredients, I thought, I bet that would go quite well together. But there was a random peanut butter in there as well, which I don't think would go too well with the pasta.
Remember him and Devon Peterson were having dinner dates in Sed's house.
161.
Always look at someone in regards to their food preparation habits. If they take pride in that, they normally take pride in a lot of other things within their life. This could give Robert Thornton some pride in this game. Tops.
32.
He'll be expecting to come back with Neil Duff on 131. Would require a perfect visit here for Neil. He's not up to the task on this occasion. Thornton for his favourite target for a level game.
91. Robert, you require 40.
At his best, there's no mistake. And there's surely no mistake from that point. The first dart was such a succulent guide. He clips it off the barrel. He finds it with the third. And level we are at one apiece.
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
It was interesting. We were having a chat with Robert yesterday, and he was talking about that fire in the belly once again. And I think 2024 was a year last year where things didn't quite go to plan for him. And maybe, even at this stage of his career, there could well be a rebuild season ahead for the Fawn.
60.
Fire in the belly. I just told you why there's a fire in the belly. He keeps whacking the heating up.
$140.
However, it was quite cold last night.
Not in our house, it wasn't.
140.
About 34 degrees.
$125.
You may tell him a little bit bitter about it.
40.
As things stand, both these players in the bottom half of the table. Would see them in action tomorrow afternoon from 1 o'clock in Group C.
80.
Oh, timing is everything, isn't it? And that's a horrible time for Robert Thornton to lose a dart to the floor. Probably wish he would have moved to the bullseye there, stayed away from the equipment to leave the possible 2-darter. But you can just sense there's a little bit of frustration out there. There's a little bit of almost panic, isn't there, between the players? They know it needs to be now.
There's two players that feel like not everything has completely gone to plan as of yet. Thornton had a really good first day, was unable to back it up.
Require 32.
Yesterday, Duff hasn't really got going to the levels that we've come to expect of him this week. Double 16.
No score.
Go 2-1 up, and Thornton has the opportunity to break 80. And then vote for the match.
That was the first dart, the second and the third dart missed at a double today for Neil Duff. He's been perfect until that point, and when you've missed,
game shot on the third
give your
leg.
opponent the chance to strike, and that's where frustration sits in. Neil Duff will feel he has literally just handed that to him. He'll feel like he's lost it.
Game on.
Getting beaten and losing something are two different things.
And when you're in this esteemed-like company, you know that any mistake will be magnified. And I think Neil's enjoying the challenge of being in this kind of illustrious company, because
no score.
He never really had a true go at the PDC, never held a tour card. He got into the sport later. Successes have come later on in his career. So he's kind of meeting these players later on in their career, just as Neil's continuing to cement his legacy in the game.
He wouldn't have been happy with where those darts was landing, but how they're landing significantly better today. He's throwing the dart a lot firmer. You can certainly tell by the angle of entry of the dart as well. Just very consistent. Lots to be positive about today for Neil Duff.
$97. $135.
Robert Thornton, though, whenever he sees the finishing line in sight, when he gets to 2 legs, he really does kick on.
60.
Good quality, a good sign to have when you can put the foot to the floor when the finishing line is in sight.
136.
A lot of people tend to get nervous in this situation. Robert Thornton seems to big it up.
Neil, not truly settled, and it looks as if this is a game that's going to go by the by for him.
Robert, you require 93.
Thornton 93 for the match. He's got 6 darts from here. He may only need the 3 because he pins double 10 perfectly. Seals a 3-1 success, which puts him just a couple of points behind Leonard Gates. But if he is to make severe inroads, he's going to have to find some big victories over the course of the remainder of the session. 3-1 Thornton against Neil Duff. Harrison Beaton next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's the moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the jockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Robert Thornton beat Neil Duff by 3 legs to 1. Next up, Andreas Harrison and Steve Beaton go head-to-head here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, the winner of this one will join Leonard Gates on 14 points in the group. Joint top of the table. And Harrison and Beaton have still got to play Leonard Gates before the day comes to a close. And so Matthew Redger, who is very much enjoying the action alongside me here on this Wednesday morning. What do we think is going to happen here?
I think I'm done with trying to make predictions with this group. It was something that I didn't really want to do from the start anyway, but I think the more it's gone on and the more twists and turns we've seen, I think it's one of them where we just got to sit back and enjoy the ride. It's a roller coaster of a group where, when you think about the top of the table at the moment, Leonard Gates, we're in the meat now with day number 3.
140.
And the top of the table's got 14. 20 was the predicted cut-off by myself before a dart was thrown. You thought potentially 22. Is there potential here of 18?
I think it could be an 18 with a decent legs difference, which would play into the hands of Leonard Gates.
140.
Well, I say that. The heavy defeat actually last time out actually kind of goes against that particular grain because he did have a bit of an advantage. And I suppose the other thing as well,
58.
we usually play best of 7 matches. Obviously this week, best of 5. And so actually legs difference, every single leg will count more in that particular column. And the margins will feel much greater when it comes to that particular metric.
Well, yeah, it reduces sort of the amount you can get in there, doesn't it? And it also
80.
gives the advantage to the person thrown first, because on our normal format,
Game shot
you have
the
equal
first
throws,
leg.
don't you?
Andreas
First to 4,
Harrison.
you get 2 legs with, 2 legs without. With this, you might only get 1 leg with
Second
the throw
leg,
if
it's
you lose
Steve
3
to throw first.
So
Game on.
another factor, another variable to consider.
Well, beaten off first start
109.
in leg 2, having conceded the first. And that is a perfect start. And not for the first time this week from Andreas Harrison.
96.
But he's not going to continue with that particular pattern.
27.
Would you like a fun fact, Matt?
134.
I would debate your analysis of fun, but we'll go for it.
Well, today's fun fact is all 5 games so far have gone with the player against the darts.
Same as yesterday.
Indeed it has.
That was double fun facts.
I told you I'm fun.
55. $43. Steve, you require 107.
Beaton 107 to square this game up at 1 apiece. Double 17 leads himself a dart at double 18 to level up superbly. An excellent finish for the Bonza Donis.
Third leg, it's Andreas to throw
and
first.
we have parity once again at 1 apiece. Harrison off first start. Remember, Harrison got off to
80.
A maximum start, a 160 start in the previous leg.
Steve just wanting to know if that one was in. We've had it on a couple of occasions this week where a player hasn't checked and just continued to play on the double.
Well, let's put it this way. Every single player in this Group A is of eligibility age for the World Seniors. So perhaps not a surprise, maybe at points if the old eyesight goes awry every now and then.
71.
Am I right in saying Ted Everts is the youngest player this week?
I believe so, yeah. And a player in great form as well. He's going to be one of the real fancied runners here. And also a lot of experience in this format. Plays double start, growing up in and around the Southam area in Warwickshire.
64.
And was the runner-up last time as well. Losing out to Robert Thornton in the final. He's going to be dangerous.
58.
Probably should have won last time as well. He was leading 2-0, wasn't he, in that final?
He was. Played very, very well. That was sort of like the start of the resurgence of Ted Everts.
140.
Well, this is a resurgent leg from Andreas Harrison.
100. Andreas, you require 57.
He's got 6 starts here to 2-1 to the good, and for Steve Beaton, this is the worst possible start to the day. In fact, if he loses this game,
shot on the third leg.
He's going to see himself down in 4th position in the league standings. That is how quickly things can change on a pinhead. A man that had realistic chance of winning the group a couple of games ago could well find himself in Group C.
32.
Beaton off third dart. Harrison once again, 3 legs in a row as he kicked off the leg with his first dart at the board.
80.
Just constantly giving himself opportunity. In fact, of all the legs he's played today, only once has he failed to get off first time of asking. That was in his first leg of the day. And even then, it was dart 4.
$100.
For Harrison, though, it was the doubling out which has been a cause of concern in this group. Just 22 hits from 87 attempts over the course of the first 2 days' worth of play. That equates to a percentage of 25. Whereas actually it was finishing off legs that's been Steve Beaton's strength so far this week. Prior to today's session getting underway, 22 hits on 52 attempts, 42%.
135.
Only Leonard Gates with 48% can say that he has been a better double hitter so far this week to end a leg. And he's looking to end this leg strongly here, Stevie B. For the first time today,
66.
We could go the distance if he takes out the 95.
95. 37. Andreas, you require 155.
Andreas Harrison looking at 155 to win the match. Not to be on this occasion. And so Beaton will head back for 58 to take us all the way to a last leg decider for the first time in the session. It's double top. Into the corner.
Flag. Steve Beaton.
And to the hill we go.
5th and final leg. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's more a case of both players being on the focus or being in focus in terms of that fist bump being rejected.
No score.
Opportunity, just essentially handing the throw now to Steve Beaton. And he makes it pay, he's in.
51.
Extra factor now really playing its part. This is where Andres Harrison now doesn't just need to get in, he needs to get in with a score.
40.
Minimum requirement, he gets in, but the advantage of throw has changed.
And Beaton is beginning to put his foot down. That's unlucky. We saw it in his previous game, didn't we? An untimely bounce out at a pivotal point in the game. And that could well be another one for the bronzed Adonis.
100.
When he plays well, he just makes the game look so effortless.
But look what those extra 20 points would have done. It would have got him down to a finish. It's not going to be too effective. He's still got time. He's still got opportunities here. And the chances are he wouldn't have gone for the bullseye.
140.
He brings it down perfectly there. 5 trebles from his last 6 darts. Steve Beaton in full control. And for a turnaround victory here, that will put him
Stevie require
back in with a chance of winning this Group A.
Double 16. Now double 8. Harrison expects
42.
it to go. He's got time. Has the Adonis, and he's going to need the extra 3 upon his return.
140.
Bit of urgency now for Steve Beaton.
Game shot.
But when he needed 2, he's
Steve
got.
Beaton.
And that's a big result for Steve Beaton. He was facing the mire at one point and potentially dropping into a Group C position. A puff on the cheek as he beats Andreas Harrison by 3 legs to 2. A game which had ebbs and flows. Coming up next, Leonard Gates and Neil Duff. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Neil Duff has just hit a 160 ahead of his match against Leonard Gates. It's game 7 of our session. We've completed 2 rounds worth of fixtures. We will tell you what's happening in terms of the table in just a second. But for Neil Duff, it's been an improved day today. A good first performance. Did lose out to Robert Thornton last time, but Leonard Gates 1 win, 1 defeat so far over the course of this Wednesday morning. A victory here will move him on to 16 points. It would re-establish the gap between him and Steve Beaton. But he does have a big lead as well. 6 legs in terms of
first leg. It's Leonard to throw first.
Difference over Steve, which is pretty much going to be the barometer in terms of separating players round by round. It is Leonard Gates to get us underway. He'll be heading back down to the double 19 to kick things off.
28.
Moves across to dart free and then finds. Neil Duff will start on double top at the beginning of legs. He's not going to find it. But this is how the table looks after a couple of rounds.
No score.
Matt. And Leonard Gates and Steve Beaton both on 14 points respectively.
140.
And also when you look at Neil Duff today, he's beaten Steve Beaton. He could play a big part in this in regards to beating the players at the top end of the table. Leonard Gates got to stay sharp. He's nearly there. But this is an important game because he's the first player up here to have played that extra game.
95.
He can apply the scoreboard pressure to the chasing pack, or he's going to have to sit and hope.
Gates 14 plus 7, Beaton 14 plus 1, Harrison lurking behind in the background. But Harrison does have the opportunity to take on Leonard Gates in round 4 of the day. So that's how the table looks. Gates off to a golden start, leaving himself 98 after 12 darts. Interestingly as well, Leonard Gates has started all 3 rounds of play
60.
On this Wednesday. He's had the opportunity to stamp his authority and add to his lead every single time he has come to the Oki to play.
60.
And ironically, the double of which he's been choosing to start his legs on today is the double. He's missed to finish it, but he will be back. Imagine if he splits.
45.
There'd be ironies and then there'd be that.
Game shot.
Eventually, Gates 1 up, and the good start Neil Duff made to the day is beginning to be whittled away slowly but surely.
Second leg, it's Neil to
feeling
throw
at bottom of the group.
Game on.
Which could well become a possibility once again for the Duff man.
$120.
Gates off dart 2.
58. $100. $140.
Leonard accidentally dropping his darts. Nothing intentional there. Just one of those ill-timed things at the worst possible moment.
In a way, it's kind of, if it is going to happen, it was kind of a good moment, really, because Neil Duff had started the process of picking up and drawing the dart at that point, so he could just sort of reset himself.
85.
A lot of the time, the damage is kind of done to the player who drops the dart, because you almost feel then a little bit guilty for if you go up and do something good, or if they miss and then you come to the board, you're almost like guilty to take advantage of it.
Because even though you didn't do it on purpose, you just hope that the person on the other end doesn't think that that's the case and you don't draw umbrage as a result of it. But he will understand the game. He's been around it long enough to know the situation. And maybe what you are saying is rendering its fruit here. Duff has got 6 from the ton to level this game up at 1 apiece. Decided to persevere because A, Leonard isn't on a finish, and B, the lie was so good. And he's going to come back for the double top, which one of his leg side title in 2022 to level up at 1 apiece.
Target's been very good on today.
96.
He's been starting on this double. He's been finishing well.
Game shot on the second leg, Neil Duff.
Ironically, both players winning the leg on the double they're choosing to start with.
Third leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Quite literally double in, double out.
28.
It switches across to the double 14 and it works a treat for him. Tough off first start for the second leg in succession.
80.
Do you think Neil Duff still got one more real big title left in there at this level?
I think he'll be eyeing up a Super Series crown now. Yes, he's won weeks here, hasn't he, at the Super Series, but I think he'll be looking for an actual series. I think that's what's missing. When you've won as many weeks as Neil Duff has, he'll be disappointed to have never really scooped
140.
the big jackpot prize.
And I just wonder whether he may felt a second Lakeside passed him by as well back in December, because the draw really did open up for him. He was in that nice section of the draw. And he really would have felt when he saw the big names tumble out that there was a chance to really cement a legacy. And if he won that for a second time, he'd go down as one of the modern good players at that particular tournament.
100.
Would have only been off one of ours truly, Glenn Dunt.
140.
Renegade's throwing trouble here. Neil Duff can get the break. He'll be throwing first then to win the match, and that
95.
will then throw this group wide open. Steve Beaton up next against Simon Whitlock. Robert Thornton and Andreas Harrison will take each other on. That's when it'll start to form and start to shape. But Leonard Gates asking the question here of Neil Duff. It's going to be just a dart at the bullseye.
61.
Needs a few more.
Energy required 12.
How this game can swing once again. It looked like Neil Duff was just beginning to find an element of control. Neither player's looking overly comfortable out there. Down for double 3. Oh, it's next door to double 19, which he elected.
6.
Appears unable to get.
Required
So
25.
Duff gets a reprieve. He gets a second opportunity to get his nose in front, and he would get the break of throw consequently. He's going to get 2 in his hand, a double 8. He's got a nice guide, but he cannot find the in-off. And so Gates will come back for the trap door.
He's had 3 darts. He's had 3 opportunities here. Neil Duff to get the break, unable to do so. And at this point, you start to wonder if you're going to get any more opportunities, not just in this leg, but in the match to get the break. Certainly in short form at darts. Opting to split there, Leonard Gates, despite the fact double 3 next door to his starting double.
Game shot on the third leg, Leonard Gates.
Well, he didn't need us to tell you how Leonard Gates felt about that.
Fourth leg, it's Neil to throw first.
Himself because he knows how pivotal a 2 points this could be. But more crucially, he'd know the consequence of defeat as opposed to the consequence of winning.
$40.
Duff gets last dart. Gates has got off first visit in every single leg in this game, and that trend continues here.
78. $140. $57.
This is the third specials week of the year. We've got a number more before.
$96.
But the next one coming up after this, we'll have a double bill of Women's Week 3 and international pairs, which we did announce at the weekend that Peter Wachuri will be playing for Kenya.
100.
No doubt Neil Duff's going to be in the Northern Ireland team.
60. Do we require 161?
On 61 for Duff. Is it going to go on this particular occasion?
65. $60. Do we require 96?
Duff looking at 96 to take us all the way to a deciding leg. Decided to persevere and stay with the treble 20 as opposed to going double-double.
Leonard, you require
This now for Leonard Gates for the match.
Well, Neil will feel very confident coming back to here. He's had a lot of success on tops, getting out, getting in.
44.
A bit of a shaken head at the back of the stage,
40.
maybe feeling this should have been an opportunity to win the match. Missed chances to break Leonard
Gates on the
Gates.
4th leg, Neil Duff.
No dramas or problems when it comes to hitting that tops.
5th and final leg.
Emphasis
It's
goes
Leonard to throw first.
To
Game
getting in. The extra factor just makes this so exciting. The big pressure now going to be piled on Neil Duff to get off because Leonard Gates
61.
is up and running.
And everybody else in the practice who will be praying for Neil Duff to win this leg.
No score.
In those situations, you miss the first one, you miss the second, then your attention goes from trying to get in with a score and trying to wrestle some form of advantage to just trying to get in. It's a very psychological game, this double start, double finish lark. And a big last start there for Leonard Gates just to keep Neil Duff at reach. Where even a maximum visit here just puts him back into the leg rather than any form of advantage.
75. 99.
So advantage Gates. But what can Neil Duff deal with this?
60.
And so the American here with 6 darts in his hand for 260 to get the job done. It actually means for the first time today a player
100.
on throw would win a match. The 6 games previous to this have all gone against the darts, all gone against the grain.
Well, the likelihood is this one's going to go with the throw at the moment. Leonard Gates guaranteed 6 darts.
Leonard, you require 160.
Could get more with Neil Duff in a bit of a tricky spot.
100.
May start down here, Neil Duff.
So Gates for the match, and he's got 6 more from 60 to get the job done. He'll move him on to 16 points. And it will put him in a healthy position ahead of 2 tough games to finish.
And the match, Leonard Gates.
Leonard Gates has broken the back of the first 3 games, but now he has 2 more tricky tasks if he is to complete his Group A quest. He has beaten Neil Duff by 3 legs to 2, coming up after the break. Simon Whitlock up against Steve Beaton. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
For my Kenyan over there, we have made it, brothers and sisters. Yeah? Though we are going far, this is just the starting point.
Yeah, our next specials week is going to be the international pairs. It's going to feature Peter Achuri of Kenya. In fact, there's 6 different nations in this Group A in Double Trouble 3. And I tell you what, there's half a chance we're probably going to see all 6 of these players in some kind of guise at that international pairs week. There's a high chance that Steve Beaton could represent England, an extremely high chance that Simon Whitlock could represent Australia. You wouldn't be surprised if Robert Thornton was on the players to represent Scotland. You'd be stunned if Neil Duff wasn't in the Northern Ireland team. Andreas Harrison, you'd say, is a shoo-in for Sweden. And you couldn't have an international week without Leonard Gates representing the United States.
To throw first.
Basically, what I'm trying to say, Matt, is we might see a lot of these players over this year or so.
Can't argue with that. I think you're going to be absolutely spot on. I think we're going to see him an awful lot, not just in regards to the specials weeks, but also in regards to the regular Super Series play as well. And Champions weeks.
Well, Simon Whitlock passed by his opportunity to be there. He lost out in the semi-finals in week 2 to Jensen Walker. Leonard Gates, of course, lost last weekend to Colin Osborne. Robert Thornton hasn't appeared yet. Neil Duff will be here. He's here for the 2-week stint once again.
100.
Steve Beaton will appear later in the series, as too will Andreas Harrison. So there is a chance, potentially, that 4 of these players could actually make it through to Champions Week.
25.
Just pops in a wayward one from time to time, doesn't he, Simon Whitlock? Just something that's creeped into his game over the last sort of 18 months.
It's a 60 from Whitlock. Opens up the door for Steve. He can find a couple of trebles.
100.
We'll raise the 2 and make it 3. And put him in charge of the leg.
140.
Can he find one in the middle?
6.
No, he can't. And so Beaton, 96.
96.
Double 18.
60.
But he can't miss the treble, but a
Simon, you
couple of misses on double
8.
18 has given Whitlock a chance to take the opening leg once and for all. Good luck.
60.
Well, he had a drawbridge
Steve
in the way of that,
required
didn't he,
36.
Simon? And so Beaton back for double 18, and now the tricky little switch is what Harrington once
Game
called
shot
it.
of first leg.
But double
Steve
9 was not a
Beaton.
problem at all for Stevie B. He leads 1-0 with a break.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. $40.
Also intrigued to see what the format's going to be for that international pairs. In terms of actually the leg play,
32.
because we've seen at the PDC World Cup, since they've made it pairs only, they actually shorten the format of the games in comparison
85.
to what they probably usually play over a weekend format to accommodate the extra player. Because what you sometimes going to get from doubles action is, because the players aren't as well, you may not get the higher average that you tend to
100.
expect, but you do get drama as a consequence of it.
Yeah, 100% the standard or the numbers will be down slightly, but the drama will be increased.
30.
Because you don't get into a flow. You get a lot of players that like to play with rhythm and feel rather than sighters and aimers. It's something that's changing drastically within the sport now, and what you don't get is you don't get
59.
that flow. No one wants to be away from the hockey for a long period of time. You want to be on it as quick as possible, and with that, you got to wait 3 players. You get
57.
back to having a throw and having an impact, and not only that, when you come back, the whole scene's changed. You know, you go off, you're at 100, you come back, you're expecting 401 and to be the situation, and you come back, your partner's at 26, and you're actually behind.
Yeah, best of 5 may well be. Well, we'll find out what the format will be
139.
for that in due course, but I'm sure that's going to be a great week. Please, at the beginning of May, isn't it? After Champions Week is done.
60. Steve, you
Well,
require
both players on
150.
150. Beaton first poke for 2-0. Not to be for him, and if Whitlock can find this, he will gazump Steve's biggest finish of the
60.
week.
Simon, you require 150.
He went 3 bullseyes. He's got a history of doing such a thing.
86.
The iconic
Steve, you
Paul
require
Nicholson
90.
commentary. That Euro tour in the Netherlands once upon a time. He was head across for the 15 to leave himself the ball. He had a lovely guide and was
60.
unable to use
Simon,
it.
you require 64.
Well, we know Simon likes this area of the board. He's been trying to start on it all week. Another one of those will give him a chance to go out on the double that he's been going in with.
Game shot on the second leg. Simon
It's been really
Whitlock.
good for Simon Whitlock today, hasn't it? Those combination shots at the back end of legs.
Third leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
He could play himself into a position here where he could start to leapfrog the group. Because it's all so tight. A couple of wins back to back and you go from being,
No score.
are you going to finish bottom of the table to, okay, maybe we can get a Group B place here.
Never known a group
146.
as threadbare tight as this. Whitlock headed down for the double 19. He gets it first dart to visit 2 of the leg.
60.
Don't forget, if you haven't done so already, you can follow us on social media, on Facebook, X and
140.
Instagram. Our handle at the bottom of your score strap there is at MSS Darts. You can send your questions, your comments and your observations in to us. And we will
85.
endeavour, with some of the good ones, to get back to you here in the commentary box with them.
48.
Beaton looking to re-establish the ascendancy in this game. Looking to get the 3rd consecutive break in this contest.
81. Steve, you require 167.
Just lacks consistency at the moment, doesn't it? The game of Simon Whitlock.
127.
Nothing wrong with this leg from Steve Beaton. 12 darts thrown down to tops. See, this is an experienced thinker.
65.
Get himself down
Steve
to a
require
finish.
40.
Able to do so. 6 darts for Steve Beaton, should he need them, to re-establish the lead, re-break the throw. Double 10.
20.
Will return.
$140. Stevie required 20.
So 210 to 2-1. Up for double 5. 1 left, big dart. Big find.
On the third leg.
Whitlock was waiting to pounce, but Beaton won't give him the opportunity. The third consecutive break at the beginning of this
Fourth
contest.
leg. It's Steve to throw first.
He leads 2-1. Work for that man to do.
40.
That's the third time in 4 legs that Beaton's kicked off last dart in hand of the opening visit. Constantly getting himself up and running.
108. 60.
Coming up after this, Thornton takes on Harrison. Duff against Whitlock. Harrison Gates, Beaton, Thornton.
99.
Harrison, Duff, Thornton, Whitlock, Gates, Beaton will round off the day's action.
59.
Group C tomorrow afternoon. Out of those 3, Brown, Dubbridge and Gray, who are you looking forward to seeing
100.
play here at the Live Lounge?
Well, Dubbridge is always a danger when he comes here, isn't he? And I think he's going to fancy this. He'll certainly like the double start format. He's got experience of it.
140.
Be interesting to see Keegan Brown as well take to the stage. Someone who's very familiar with the building, but not in a dart playing capacity.
64. 43.
Well,
Simon,
Beaton there with that single 20 has left himself on 159, and so Whitlock here has got 6 on 130, and he's going to need that luxury of time.
68. 59. Simon, you require 62.
To take us the distance, 2 darts at double 16.
Game
In
shot
it
of
goes,
fourth leg,
and
Simon
we head
Whitlock.
all the way to a last leg decider.
Fifth and final leg. It's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Whitlock off first dart. 2 legs in a row that he's done that.
96.
But this is a big leg for Steve Beaton. Loses this, then Gates
60.
has a big, big advantage going into the final couple of rounds. Excuse me.
This will feel like an opportunity missed should Steve Beaton not be able to land this.
134.
And then the attention kind of moves to Harrison and Thornton to see if anyone can really keep tabs on Gates.
95.
Steve Beaton led this game by 2 legs to 1, and he'll feel like if he loses this, this could well be a contest that he's let slip.
43.
Well, he broke the throw twice, hasn't he, Steve Beaton? And that'll be where the frustration comes. That'll be where the missed opportunity and the non-cashing is. However,
140.
still plenty of darts to be thrown here. A long way to go in this one.
$98.
Brings it down to a 1 treble opportunity there, does Simon Whitlock.
58. Simon, you require 130.
So Simon Whitlock looking at 130 for the match. He had a poke at this in the previous leg. Is he going to get a look at one here? He's got the treble. He's found a second. Double 5 to win it in style.
125.
Just underneath.
Steve, you require
Talking of style.
148. 45. Simon, you require
Just chips
5.
on that one. Doesn't really bring it down too much. Simon Whitlock for what would be a rare win here this week.
Double 2 to
shot,
dent
and
Steve Beaton's hopes
Simon
of winning
Whitlock.
Group A. But it's a big win for Simon Whitlock because that now puts him in the persuasion in terms of qualifying for Group B. And it's advantage Leonard Gates now in terms of qualifying through to Saturday's final through this group. But after the break, we're going to watch Robert Thornton take on Andreas Harrison. 1 will move on to 14 points.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Into game 9 we go here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and before the break, Simon Whitlock got the better of Steve Beaton by 3 legs to 2. It's Robert Thornton up against Andreas Harrison to round off the 3rd round's worth of fixtures. The first 6 games went to the player throwing second in games. The last 2 have gone to the player throwing first. And the winner of this contest will move on to 14 points in the group. A couple off for Leonard Gates at the top of it at the summit of Group A.
First leg,
Harrison
it's
still
Robert
has to
throw
play
first.
Leonard Gates in a couple of matches' time.
Game
Leonard
on.
finishes off against Andreas and Steve. For Robert Thornton, though, if he can win this game, knowing the assignments that Leonard's got to come, he could just sneak in through
No
the back
score.
door of this Group A potentially. But he's going to have to get on to a quick start here against Andreas.
Nothing would surprise me. at the back end of this session, the back end of this group. It's been the most unpredictable group I think I've ever seen here at the Super Series.
No score.
Well, Harrison off 4th time of asking.
80.
Thornton, of course, defending this title, which he won back in September of last year when he got the better of Ted Evitts in the final by 3 legs to 2. He had actually trailed that game by 2 legs to 0 before coming back to seal a comeback victory, but 9 darts thrown in this opening leg without a
40.
Successful double attempt has allowed Andreas Harrison a free pass against the throw. But he's in there with dart 10.
160.
And ironically, once he's got in perfectly.
I'll tell you what, there's something that's never happened. That's just coming to my mind after seeing that.
180.
And it's not going to happen here. It's never happened before where someone has missed 3, 6, 9 darts to get off and then done what would be a 9-darter. The 160, the 180, the 161 out. Imagine how sickening that would be if you did
100.
a perfect 9-dart leg, but it actually was a 15-darter.
The Phantom 9.
85. Andreas,
And
you
then
require
throw in
101.
the fact, imagine that was the first ever sort of 9 you've ever hit.
Well, it's double top for Andreas.
61.
However, not to be the grumpy guts of the room, but technically it wouldn't be a 9-darter, it would just be 9 perfect darts.
85. Andreas, you require 40.
Okay, so that's pretty much exactly what we said. So you're arguing with nothing then, really, aren't you? You're just
20.
confirming the whole point.
Robert, you require 128.
4-2, 1-2-8, treble 20 bull. Bullseye for a pinch of a leg.
103.
He had absolutely no right to have a dart and a double to win this leg. But he's missed the bullseye. Harrison comes back for double 10 to eventually mop it up.
Harrison. Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Chase off dart 2.
60.
And Thornton off straight away this time.
Now, if you was interested
61.
in the last game when Robert Thornton took on Neil Duff, I did mention the fact of the heating issue, and it was one of those two that was guilty of it. I have actually got a little bit more information on this to disclose.
140.
I've had some communication from our Series 1 champion himself, Conan Whitehead, who also shared said accommodation with Robert Thornton.
44.
And he says it is definitely Robert Thornton. He's got a bit of an issue with the thermostat. He keeps turning it up.
Well, he needs to crank it up here and turn the heat on, does the Thorn. Because Andreas Harrison's the one that's running red hot at this present moment in time. Leaving himself on 161. And on the cusp here of a 2-leg lead. It would pretty much spell the end of any fleeting thoughts Thornton would have of winning this particular group.
125.
Very much put Harrison in play when you consider that he has Leonard Gates to play in his next match.
And he's got the darts.
41. Andreas, you require
it's crucial
36.
in the best of 7, even more so in the best of 5.
And what did we say before as well? Leg difference could
on
come
the
into play.
second
You may
leg,
need
Andreas
a big win
Harrison.
somewhere. He's a leg away from a perfect 3-0 here, which would just start to make things interesting
Third
in that
leg,
column
it's
as
Robert
well.
to throw first. Game on.
Thornton's found the radar again on that double top.
120.
This is one of the easier games for the spotter to spot. Because you know they're both going for the same targets. If they don't find double top, they'll go across to the double 18 and they will persevere between the two. Not like Leonard Gates where you're heading down for the 19s, across for the double 14s, and maybe you might have a little delve at double top at one point.
$60.
Always keeps their cool under pressure, do our spotters here at the Super Series. Very important job within the broadcast world of darts. Helps you to see where the darts go in the board.
100.
Been a lot of videos about that particular art that's been going across social media over the last few months.
97.
I would probably say it's one of the hardest jobs to do, and have done it.
Yes, if there's a session where you didn't see any darts that are double, it's probably because Matt was spotting. 1-2-6 for Thornton to extend the game. Doesn't have to go for the ball. He went for the ball, and I'll tell you what, he wasn't too far away.
Oh my, what a shot that is from Andreas Harrison. Gets himself within range. Thornton makes no mistake. A good, clean, comfortable finish there for Robert Thornton. Gets the leg that he deserved. But now,
fourth flag, it's Andreas to throw first.
On the Harrison darts. Harrison will just want to get in here. He won't care which dart or what score. Now he'll care about the score. Now he wants to drive home the advantage.
160.
Nobody has kicked off with more 160s at the beginning of a leg this week than Andreas Harrison. And now Thornton's treading the same path.
120.
Harsh, that little deflection there. Oh, hang on. That sat perfectly in the treble 19. Expectant.
133.
If anybody looks likely for a 9-darter this week, it is Andreas Harrison.
140.
Robert Thornton is digging deep. The bit between the teeth. He's fighting here. He knows he can still play a part in this group if he can win this game.
108.
But the problem is Andreas Harrison shutting up shop. 160, 133 max. On for potential 10-darter to bolt the door shut.
Andreas, you require 28.
Double 14 for nigh on perfect end. Double 7.
14. Robert, you require 120.
Well, that's the worst first dart. Didn't even give him a sniff for dart 2, and so Harrison will come back looking at double 7 to complete a 3-1 victory.
Andreas, you require
what a display.
14.
What a finish this has been from Andreas Harrison. Average just under 92.
Game shot
and a comprehensive victory over the Fawn, which puts him a couple points off Leonard Gates at the top of the table. And it is the American that he has to play next. Harrison 3, Thornton 1. And when we return on the other side of these commercial messages, we're going to watch Neil Duff take on Simon Whitlock as we marvel over those magnificent match statistics.
Oh, for tops.
Game shot. And
And Harrison's got one final reprieve. And this time he takes it. Tops of the match. Tops of the win, right in the middle of the bed.
Robert Thornton will be expecting.
And he gets it. He's a step back. Now he composes and looks at tops. He's got the first of them. Thornton shakes his head. He expected it to go, and it duly does. Well, it's still the question that's on our minds. That's the tournament breakdown. Leonard Gates leading the way. He's hoping not to be in Group B or C. Later on this week, Steve Rest, Ross Montgomery and Ted Everts in the B group. White in Group C, it is Keegan Brown, Adrian Gray and Mark Dubbridge. So, let's have a look at what's happened today then. These are the results from the first 9 games of the session. Before the break, we saw Andreas Harrison get the better of Robert Thornton by 3 legs to 1. Simon Whitlock and Leonard Gates also winners in the second cycle worth of matches. And this is how the table looks as a result. Leonard Gates has a 2-point lead at the top of Group A from Andreas Harrison and Steve Beaton, respectively, on 14. Thornton and Whitlock are on 12. They're hoping for slip-ups from the players above in the final couple of rounds to get into Group B. Neil Duff is pretty much now consigned to his fate, which is going to be in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. And it is Neil Duff in action now. He takes on Simon Whitlock, game 10 of our session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Matthew Edgar's been watching dart for dart in the commentary box alongside me. And how would you assess both players' days so far here at the Live Lounge?
They'll both feel they've played well in part. Simon Whitlock, although he hasn't had the consistency, though, has started to pick up some wins today. He's won 2 out of 3 games, so he'll be happy with that. It's a results-based business, and positive results will breed confidence. And right now, at times, he's just looked a little void of that. Neil Duff, one thing's been going well for him, it's that tops. That's been working well on getting in. It's been working well on getting out, and he's just got to make sure that he's using those breakdowns that allow him to play to that strength.
So Whitlock looking to continue the momentum that he's built at points today. But it is Duff to kick us off. He'll be looking at tops with his first darts. And finds it into the top corner with number 2.
60.
Whitlock will begin his legs on double 16, but don't be surprised if he switches if
89.
That target is blocked or he doesn't have the support or he feels he's got the support of it.
140. 42.
There's a possibility here, Matt, that you could have a Group C off the Richter scale. Thornton, Whitlock, Duff, Brown, Gray,
140.
and Tubbridge. Good luck trying to decipher 2 from 6 there.
That's why this Group B race is more important this week. Now, we always mention the Group B
42.
race, and some weeks it's not that
We require
important.
161.
It's important in a mathematical sense. You get 3 players qualify from 5 rather than 2 from 6. But some weeks, and you've got to call it as it
54.
is, you're better off in Group C because the level and the calibre of player is much lower, that you've got more chance of being 2 from 6 than 3 from 5.
58.
This week,
You require
it's vital to
107.
be in that Group B position.
It's almost essential to try and get yourself in that position, the best possible suit you can as the week draws towards a
47.
close. Duff leaving 60 to take out the opening leg.
40. You require 60.
Playing in exactly with that sort of pre-match analysis. Try and leave this target as much as possible. It's been the most successful for him.
20.
First one there, though, being a bit of a problem. Wouldn't allow the dart to drop in.
So You got time.
60. Your
hope on his side, although Whitlock has left himself on the fish. But that's a beautiful guide. Utilises it perfectly. And Duff takes out the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Whitlock off second dart for the second
89.
leg in succession. Duff this time off first time.
80. 96.
Does this look like a meeting between two players that have hit a wall, Matt?
97.
There's two players who probably know their fate isn't to get through this group, but as we mentioned, but be very well aware that Group B is important this week.
58.
Probably the most important week to be in a Group B campaign.
Yeah, really looking forward to Group B this week. The newly crowned World Seniors Champion, Ross Montgomery, will be there. He'll be making his first
98.
televised appearance since picking up that particular title at the Circus Tavern in Purfleet a fortnight or so ago.
45.
And Steve West, too.
Simon, you require 106.
I'm intrigued to see what 2025 is going to hold for him. Whitlock 160, and he's got 6 on this point to square the contest up at 1 apiece.
53.
Hasn't looked settled all day, has he, Neil Duff?
135. Simon, you require 107.
Yeah, I think that's a fair sort of assessment. Maybe just the frustration the last couple of days when he thought he was going to come here and continue his high levels of success here at the Super Series, but there's a long way to go, and that is probably a long way off where he wanted to be. That would have been at 4 on tops. He does get himself out of the situation. Could have just styled it out. That little pause just sort of drew even more attention to it.
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Looking good here for maybe his first bit of comfort.
No score.
He played well in his opening game, didn't he, against Steve Beaton, but the couple of games either side have just not panned out at all.
89.
Third leg in a row. Simon Whitlock kicks off his leg with the second dart of it. Duff on the board right at the beginning of the second visit, but again, just has a bit of a pause to reset.
80.
Well, the bookmakers expected these two to be the
42.
bottom two come the end of play today before dart was thrown. Duff and Whitlock were both fancied 16-1 to win the group. So effectively, when it was as tight as it was, that was their expectation as to who was going to be the bottom 2 players in that group. And the pair won't have it all their own way, as we've been mentioning in that Group C.
90.
There's going to be a guarantee of big names missing out this time round.
$140.
Well, Whitlock had a visit's head start over Neil, and he hasn't utilised it at all. We've only had an equal kilter. And due to that turn, Duff has got 6 here from 2-3-6 to win this game 3-0.
$40.
That's a good response from Whitlock. He saw his opponent fluff his lines, and he's duly taken advantage of it.
45. Simon, you require 49.
I suppose that's been the problem for Neil Duff, isn't it? Every time he gets his nose in front, just doesn't extend that gap.
Game shot on the third
The
leg.
gap closes.
Simon Whitlock.
Whitlock re-breaks the throw. We're back.
Fourth leg.
With
It's
the
Simon
darts.
to throw first.
And possibly the
Game
walls
on.
closing in on Neil Duff. Whitlock away first dart. Really looking to pile the pressure
108.
upon the Duff man.
No
So
score.
we've seen that two-leg gap evaporate, and if he's not careful, such is the truncated nature of this week, of it being best of 5, a big lead can be squandered and then sent back to an even kilter before way too long.
135.
And Whitlock here is beginning just to open up the afterburners a little bit. May look across to the 18s,
score.
but perseveres on tops and doesn't get. When if Whitlock hits big here, the possibility of a brush is on.
98. $40. Simon, you require 160. $60.
So Whitlock looking at a ton to
100. Simon, you
square this
require
game up
100.
at 2 apiece. He was 2-0 behind, but he has the chance. Well, he's got plenty of time here to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Decided to stay there. And this actually is just a little bit awkward for Simon. Had to go high there because there was a high chance that Dart 3 could have caught the flight of either Dart 1 or Dart 2 there.
140. Simon, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Simon Whitlock.
We go the distance. Simon Whitlock looking to come off the
Fifth
bottom
and
end of the
final
table.
leg. It's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Which is where the loser of this game is going to be. In position, wooden spoon.
No score.
Well, Neil Duff is slowly but surely letting this slip. Whitlock off for the first dart. He was 2-0 behind, remember, in this game.
70.
Haven't seen too many 2-0 leads get overturned over the course of this week. Although Simon did overcome a 2-0 deficit to
100.
get the better of Robert Thornton in his final game of Monday's action. Well, we haven't seen too many 2-0 deficits be overturned because we haven't actually seen too many 3-2s this week.
$95.
Another trouble here. Whitlock really does have full control of this last leg.
121.
And now the impetus is on Neil Duff, who, remember, led this game 2-0.
96. $99.
Vantage Whitlock. That shake of the head just makes you feel Neil Duff
58.
feels this
Simon,
one
you
slipping
require
away.
114.
So Whitlock, 114, loves the Shakai 19s. He was looking for the treble to leave the double. Was unable to get to
38.
locate with Dart
You
2.
require 152.
It's an outside chance, but it's a chance nonetheless for Neil Duff to win this match. The 152 is going to go, and so Whitlock 76 to get the job done.
60. Simon, you require 76.
He was 2-0 behind in this contest, and now he has the opportunity to win it. It's going to be a match, Duff, providing he stays straight on the 16. Duff almost expectant of this to go, but the double 16 leads double 12. Duff wants to look away, but he can't help himself but to see Simon Whitlock pin that double 12 to seal a 3-2 win. Probably a result which sums up Neil Duff's week so far. It was 2-0 to the good. He was looking all right. But then Simon Whitlock reels off 3 on the spin to come back from 2-0 behind for the second time this week. Coming up after the break, a big game at the top of the table. Andreas Harrison up against Leonard Gates. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
So a chance here for one apiece with Reece Robinson. That is a great first start. Tops the target. We know he likes tops and pins that perfectly.
Here we go again. It's unbelievable on tops.
180.
Two titles are lovely,
and the
but
week
3 are sugar sweet.
Super Series champion, Reece Robinson. Week 5, Modus Super Series champion. It's Reece Robinson.
And yep, my eyes are still hurting from that particular shirt. This is the list of winners so far in Super Series 10. We're midway through that. We're going to resume that next week, Monday morning, and we'll see some big names in action there. But we really are in the midst of this double trouble Group A. Really are enjoying this. And here at this magnificent live lounge in Portsmouth, where it should be filled to the brim on Saturday evening. Tickets selling well for the finals of this tournament, which features a lot of big names. And for one of them, they could be one step closer towards making it through to that guarantee of Saturday night darts. If Leonard Gates wins this game, he finds himself on the hill. 18 points, full clear of Harrison. He'd be out the equation. And then if Thornton beats Beaton, then it would be all over. And then you'd have an almighty
first leg. It's Andreas to throw first.
For positions 2 and 3 in the group. However, if Harrison wins this game and Beaton beats Thornton, then we have 3 players tied on 16 points going into the final round of matches. And Steve Beaton would take on Leonard Gates in the final game of the group. And Harrison will have the insurance policy of taking on the bottom place player in Neil Duff.
No score.
Gates also has Steve Beaton, doesn't he, to play, so it gets really, really tricky. Here for Leonard Gates, if he's going to win this, he's got to win it the hard way, but I don't think anything about this group's not been the hard way.
Well, Leonard off with dart 5 of the opening leg. And you mentioned it earlier, Andreas has the throw in this particular contest. And how important that could be, then we will find out in due course.
95. $140. 58. $59. $100. $140. Leonard, you require 150.
We'll talk about what the key strengths are of the players. This week, the strength of Andreas Harrison has been that timing. Just when he gets out of a leg and you feel there's going to be a little bit of comfort going one way, Andreas Harrison pops in a 140.
96.
Just
Andreas,
changes
you
the
require
framing.
130.
So Harrison looking at 130. That's a nice guide, inviting for the treble, but he cannot find it. And so Gates will return for 54 to get a breaker throw in the opening leg of the contest. 14 leaves double top. Doesn't go, and so Harrison will come back. Should get one dart at that exact same target to open up a 1-0 lead. 57 left, so 17 tops. And tops it is to Andreas Harrison.
52.
He's had a lot of darts at that target today, whether it's to start or end a leg, which have drifted low. And so Gates will return for double 10. Now up for fives. And in the fives and into the top corner and into a 1-0 lead. Leonard Gates gets a big break. A big first move in this big match.
Second leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Just based on legs difference, Leonard Gates is in terms of closest challenger is Andreas Harrison. So if he can win this game, he will feel like he's almost there. But Harrison will keep him guessing throughout the duration of this match.
105. $28.
Off eventually, but it's taken Leonard a few opportunities in both the legs in this match to get up and running. And Andreas just beginning to find his groove.
He $100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 59.
He is peppering that treble.
108.
Back-to-back 180s.
And once again, on a 10-dart leg, Andreas Harrison nearly did this to win his last game.
81. Andreas
He's going
require
through the
36.
gears.
Double 18. 10
Gauge on
darter,
the second
Andreas
leg.
Harrison.
Andreas Harrison.
At times, he has been the torch bearer for brilliant darts. And that, the best
Third
leg of the week.
It's Andreas to throw first.
And if we go one
Game
better, we will have history in this building. Well, he
is-
could go one better here.
This is the player you thought potentially could do it
80.
as well. You've been saying all week if someone's going to do it, it's going to be Andreas Harrison.
And I put that still to everybody here. I still put that.
28.
Gates off third dart. Do I get a prize if
70.
Andreas Harrison hits a 9?
Yes.
57.
And the prize is?
It's a surprise.
Is it a nice surprise?
140.
Depends what angle you're looking at it from.
It's not like one of those 50-50 games that you've played with me in the past.
$60.
For context, me and Matt went out for some food one night and he decided to play some 50-50 games, which definitely weren't weighted 50-50.
57.
Good times. Good times as well for Harrison. 200 points ahead here on the scoreboard. Leonard Gates is in trouble of getting drawn back into the pack here.
Require 154.
Not producing here when it matters the most. This is producing.
$94.
To say that Leonard hasn't got out the gates at all is making it somewhat of an understatement. Harrison to lead by 2 legs to 1 after what was a sluggish start for the Swedes. Double top, and that first dart's laid beautifully. Finds it perfectly. 2-1, and he really is beginning to hit his stride. And importantly as well, for Dirty Harry, a win here would put him on to 16 points. If he can win this leg, Andreas Harrison will go top of the group. That is how the table looks.
And keep your eye on Steve Beaton as well, because the big important factor there is games played. He's only played 13
60.
on your live in-play table. And coming up next against Robert Thornton, we could be going into the final lap of fixtures. Everybody in that battle for the top place on 16.
However, if Andreas Harrison wins this leg, Steve Beaton would have to win 3-0, 3-0. Would have to win a game big, you'd sense, just to give himself a little bit of hope, depending on what happens in that last round of fixtures. Has to win both games to mathematically go through because of the legs difference. And it could well be that Gates against Beaton could be relevant if Harrison can knock off 2 big wins, because Beaton's got a massive disadvantage in
60.
that
Particular require 143.
bracket.
But the hope of Andreas Harrison getting the job done in this leg seems to be dwindling away. Leonard Gates got plenty of time here at the back end of the leg. Anything but a maximum here for Andreas Harrison, and Leonard Gates will feel comfortable. Not going to be the max.
95. Leonard, you require 100.
This is a big leg for Steve Beaton. If Leonard can win this, it just gives him, possibly, if Andreas wins this game, a bit more wriggle room. There's an argument that he wants Leonard to win this leg and Andreas to win the next one. Yeah, this might be his command in this leg. Harrison has just lost that scoring prowess.
66.
Finds a big glass start, but only leaves himself on 120.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Leonard Gates
pegs us back level to 2-2, and we go all the way.
Fifth and final leg. It's Andreas to throw first.
Andreas cannot leapfrog now. Leonard will have the ascendancy going into the final round, but he has to play Steve Beaton right at the very end of the day. Harrison off first start in the final leg. This is a game on or game over leg as far as the Swede is concerned.
No score.
Music to the ears of Andreas Harrison. A bonus shot, a freebie shot, one treble. It's all he needs. And there'll be nothing Gates can do.
28.
And that is possibly the worst scenario Andreas Harrison could have hoped for.
78.
Because already, yes, Leonard took a visit to get going, but he's already on the coattails of the Swede. $100. 47. Leonard Gates wins this game. He's on 18 points plus 9.
134.
Steve Beaton would have to win both of his remaining games by a 3-0 scoreline.
140.
And that would mean that Steve would
Andreas, you require 106.
be on 33 legs, 33 legs for Leonard as well, plus 6. And so that would then go back to the head-to-head record between the pair, which Beaton lost 3-1 yesterday, and Beaton lost 3-0 on Monday.
140. Andreas, you require 100.
He's through if this goes right.
60. Leonard, you require 96.
So this is for qualification for Leonard Gates. How quickly things can change. But that opportunity has come to pass. And so Harrison,
40.
double top to complete a 3-2 win. That's blocked. Has to find something left side.
No score.
That was in, but for the dart above.
36.
And so Gates has another group winning opportunity here on double 18.
Game shot.
Leonard Gates has done enough. Because Steve Beaton can only get to 18 points and plus 6 and 33 legs difference, and Leonard Gates has a better head-to-head to Steve Beaton, the American has progressed his way through to the final on Saturday evening. Gates 3, Harrison 2, and it is Leonard Gates who is through. Steve Beaton and Robert Thornton is up next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59.
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Andreas Harrison has, where Leonard Gates has won Group A, courtesy of a win against Andreas Harrison before the break. Gates, with 18 points to his name, has done enough because Gates and Beaton go head-to-head in the final match. Gates can only get to 18 points plus 6, worst case 33 legs won. Beaton's best case is 18 points plus 6 legs, 33 legs won. But what would then be the next determining factor is the head-to-heads between the pair, which Leonard Gates leads by 2-0, and so it's absolutely irrelevant now, that particular metric too. So Leonard Gates is through no matter what happens from here on in. It's Robert Thornton and Steve Beaton who go head-to-head in the fourth and final game here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Beaton, well, for the first time here at the Super Series, is going to have to play all 5 days. Thornton very much used to that particular feeling. Now, just to confirm some of the I's and T's from this particular group. Leonard Gates has won the group. Neil Duff is consigned to Group C. Everybody else could be in any which group for the remainder of the 6 days we have here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It should be an enthralling end to the day's proceedings to see who goes where. But first of all, congratulations to Leonard Gates, who has won this Group A. And once he got going, there really was no stopping him. And Steve Beaton kicks off in perfect style.
160.
Well, we know one position, but the rest of it is still wide open in regards to who's going to be playing in the evening and who's in the afternoon. Big advantage this week to get into that Group B session.
100.
But hang on a minute. Henry, you said you feel there's going to be a 9-dart to go this week. We are 3 darts away from possibly one of the most popular 9-darters you will ever see.
Not to be. And guess who the opponent was? Robert Thornton, who's had 1 hit against him and has hit one himself. I suppose there'd be an irony if anybody is to have it done against them this week, it would be Thornton.
23. Steve, you require 112.
I think even Robert was staying in the background because he was
49.
So far into the abyss in this leg, he wouldn't have minded of seeing it gone.
100. Steve, you require 63.
Double top.
Game shot on the first
for
leg.
Commanding opening leg for Steve Beaton.
Drama-free, hassle-free.
Second leg is Robert to throw first. Game on.
Well, now he has a decision to make because he doesn't like the lie of either tops or 18s. He stayed at the top of the board and he couldn't get. And so Beaton, who went on perfect in the last leg, cannot find his first free either. That's actually the first time we got down to a checkout on a 9-darter here at Double Trouble.
80. The
first time round, Connor Scott was trying to hit double 17 with his first dart because
60.
He wanted to do something that's never been done before, but Connor does think in those mysterious rays.
59. $100. $140. $72.
Tried to go around the first dart there, looking for the big part of the 20 to leave a finish. Wasn't able to hook it around the flight.
40.
No damage done. Steve Beaton unable to capitalise.
57.
Well, Beaton's got an opening here to get the break of throw. The advantage that Thornton had midway through the leg has been whittled away, reduced to nothing, but Beaton himself unable to make severe inroads. And so Thornton, another one of them. Oh, just for a moment, we thought we were going to see some champagne on this Wednesday afternoon.
112. Steve, you require 151. 60. Robert, you require 20. Game Shauna's second leg. Robert
Thornton is level at 1-1. Not overly enthused about the way he's playing today. But he'll be, well, both players will be looking to regroup ahead of a stint in groups B/C on Thursday and Friday, whenever they will play. And you can watch every single dart here through our continuing exclusive coverage on Pluto TV. The best way to enjoy us is by downloading the app. It's available on your TV or your smart device. And you can take Pluto TV wherever you want. So if you find yourself out shopping or you find yourself on the bus and you fancy watching some darts live on the go, you can do so by downloading the Pluto TV app via your preferred app store.
95. $140.
Excellent setup for Beaton.
Half's the score.
$100. Steve, you require 134.
So 134 to take a 2-1 lead in this match. 74 left. Leaves himself on tops. If Thornton hasn't got the biggest finish of the week in his locker, and he hasn't.
96. Steve, you require 40.
Double 10. Would have been to have put Steve Beaton back in front once more. So Thornton staring at tops and now 10s. For what would be a crucial break.
On the third leg,
He's 2-1 to the good now, is the Thorn. And he has the darts here in this fourth leg to wrap the match up.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Straight away moved across to the 18th. Did not like the lie of tops. And now he's found a third demo. Double 12 if all else doesn't go to plan.
45. 160.
Perfect start there for Robert Thornton in regards to the scoring stakes.
40.
But it does still leave that possibility of something we've spoken about already. I kind of want to see
97.
I kind of want to see someone do what would be a 9-darter had they not missed 3 darts or 6 darts at the start of a leg. I also like penalty shootouts.
134.
You just basically love it when other people go through turmoil then. So penalty shootouts are great unless you're physically involved.
85.
I cannot watch the Euro final back.
You mean cannot relate? You've never done anything physical.
I have. I was a goalkeeper once.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yes, they got the bloke with the smallest hands to go and goal. Yep, that
Steve
worked.
require 102.
Beaton 102 to level up at 2-2. It's double 16.
70.
And there's a match-winning opportunity for Robert Thornton. He's gonna get a match dart. It's gonna be at tops.
94. Steve, you require 32.
Beaton to extend it.
No score.
Well, Thornton's got a chance to wrap it up
20.
here and now. Double 10. Chasing 5s.
Game shot.
And found with the last dart in
Robert
hand.
Thornton.
And Robert Thornton beats Steve Beaton by 3-1. And there's now a real prospect to Steve Beaton being put into Group C because he's lost that game to Robert Thornton. And he takes on Leonard Gates in the final game of the session. Andreas Harrison can secure pretty much his passage through to Group B. If he can get the better of Neil Duff, he will be in a very good position. So, this is how the tournament bracket breaks down. Leonard Gates is confirmed as the winner of Group A. We don't have a clue who's going to be in Group B other than Steve West, Ross Montgomery and Ted Evans. Whilst we could put Neil Duff with Keegan Brown, Adrian Gray, Mark Duppage in Group C. Any combination of Harrison, Beaton, Whitlock and Thornton could be in either Group B or C. But Andreas Harrison, well, he needs just a solitary leg here against Neil Duff to confirm his place into Group B. That is mainly, well, if he gets a win, shall I say here, he will confirm his place into Group B on Thursday and Friday night. He takes on Neil Duff. It's game 13 of the session here in Portsmouth, and we are watching all of the action in the company of Matthew Egger, but we're still awaiting the company of Neil Duff. Do you fancy a game, Matt?
Bit of tag team darts.
Well, Neil Duff is sat at the bottom of the table, and for Andreas, as you mentioned, a win here would guarantee his berth into Group B on Thursday and Friday night. But Neil Duff is back. There he is, sprinting onto the stage. The only problem that Neil has is now he can only have a couple of practice darts before getting underway, where Andreas Harrison has been given the full quota. But for Neil, he'll just want to get this game done, get out of here and get ready for tomorrow, won't he?
Yeah, his race is run. He knows where he's going to be. He's going to be here tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Thursday and Friday, Group C campaign gets underway.
First leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
I'll be here at 1 o'clock as well. Looking forward to that one.
You can if you like, but I won't be there. Lucky you get an afternoon off of me anyway.
Interesting. 40. Neil Duff's been trying to change his darts, hasn't he, to these newer darts, but he's actually in a game that doesn't have the same level of importance on it. For him, he's changed to his old darts. This is the perfect time to be using his new darts.
41. Maybe that's why it took it so long to get to the stage. Decided to put the other ones in the bin. We'll never know. But we do know we're going to see him tomorrow and Friday afternoon as opposed to tomorrow and Friday night. Was here on Saturday to watch the finals of the Super Series in week 6.
125.
And he'll be hoping to make it through to Champions Week for a record or joint record 5th time.
99.
Steve West will resume rivalries on Saturday, and Steve West will be hoping to extend his record to 6 weekly titles in this format when he returns later on in the series.
$81. 58. Andreas, you require 143.
So Hamilton looking at 143 then to take out the opening leg, and it just feels like the sting has been taken out the tail of the Swedes here.
59. Now you require 138. $58. Andreas, you require 84.
It's the bullseye.
59.
And I tell you what, that weren't too far away.
80.
It's double top. 1-0
Duff. On the first leg, Neil Duff.
But ain't that typical of a man like him? Wasn't really producing the heights, wasn't really producing the goods, and then bang, first double, he finds it.
Game on.
Who needs practice, eh? The strolls on the stage. breaks the throw. Maybe he went for the Luke Littler approach. So, you know, pop backstage, have a few squashes, grab a bit of a Vinders, play a few computer games,
36.
and then come up and break the throw with Andreas Harrison.
Well, that was what Neil was enjoying yesterday. Well, I don't actually know what kind of curry he was having, but he
160.
was enjoying the pleasantries of the local curry house. Don't you go getting any ideas like that. We don't need the commentary box being stunk out.
You're doing a very good job of that yourself there, Henry.
Feel sorry for Chris Murphy tomorrow.
60. $100. $30.
Slow burner, this one.
You can just tell that the adrenaline of the situation has gone now, hasn't it, in regards to that top position. They know Leonard Gates has got that now. It's playing for places, playing for position. Well, certainly not Neil Duff's case. We know where his position's going to be.
60.
And that is going to be in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon, where we still have an international flavour. Adrian Gray
59.
and Mark Dubbridge of England, Neil Duff of Northern Ireland, Simon Whitlock of Australia. Potentially in there, you could have the Scot Robert Thornton, the Englishman Steve Beaton, and we'll also have Keegan Brown, who's going to become the first player from the Isle of Wight to be represented at the Super Series. Now then,
128.
some way to have taken out the double top.
107.
Oh, punish to the hill.
Milder.
The only mistake Andreas Harrison made in that leg was missing tops of the 148. Duff duty punishes. The 107 go to lead 2-0.
Game on.
Another perfect start to a leg for Andreas Harrison. Steve Beaton teased us with the 9 in the previous match.
100.
And there's not been a player more likely than Andreas, but he's not going to get any further with this attempt.
127.
But he says he's now pretty much got a free pass through this leg. Just keep it handy, then he should be reducing the gap back down to 2-1.
$100. 100. Andreas, you require 114.
So Harrison, 114. Triple 18. Word left double top.
39.
Oh, a bit of a loose last start there. Mean he needs all 3 darts.
55. Andreas, you require 75.
Bit of a slip there from Andreas.
One dart double top.
35.
Well, Duff took out the 107 in the previous leg. If he finds the 150, he would have won the game in blockbuster style.
80. Andreas, you require 40.
And so Harrison looks at tops.
Game
Harrison gets tops.
Andreas Harrison.
And he is still in the contest, but he has to break Neil Duff here.
4 flag. It's Neil to throw first. Game on. $120. 60. 41.
2 more games to go after this. Thornton will take on Whitlock and Gates will play Beaton.
100. $25. $100.
An hour more verbal sound from Neil Duff of his disapproval of what has been a slightly disastrous day for him. It's been a disastrous group of the Jupiter. I say that he could still pick up 12 points from it, but 12 points could be the total that puts you to the bottom of the table. That's unheard of. 12 points is usually good enough in a lot of weeks to get you into Group B.
Andreas, you require 101.
To take us all the way.
65.
Double 18 doesn't go for Andreas, and so Neil Duff.
64.
164 doesn't go.
100. Andreas, you require 36.
Double 18 to take us all the way. Double 18 found, so we go to a fifth and deciding leg. Andreas Harrison 2, Neil Duff 2.
Fifth and final leg. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Off first start again.
120.
Really strong start. But Duff himself off first time of asking.
65. 97.
Strangely enough, only 2 games today have gone with
99.
the throw.
It's kind of been the theme of the week, really, hasn't it? Lots of breaks, but you will get more breaks in this format. And that's just because that double start. You know, you don't get off with your first 3 darts.
6.
You've just handed the throw to your opponent. It's not as important, is it, in this sort of environment?
100.
And particularly when you're in this esteemed company. Harrison looking to get just the 3rd win from a player on throw today.
140.
And Gates and Simon Whitlock, the only 2 players to have won on the darts today. And it's a game that Neil Duff probably feel like he's let slip by. He's probably had a few of these games in this group where he's had opportunities, but he hasn't been able to really, truly take full advantage of them. And so Harrison for the match, looking at 84. To close it, double 7.
Neil, you require 137.
Duff cannot get. And so Harrison will come back for this double 7 to complete.
52. Andreas, you require 14.
3-2. Victory over the Duff man.
And
it's got
Andreas Harrison.
And it's a win for Andreas Harrison to round off his campaign. We'll see him in the night session over the next couple of days. Neil Duff will be in Group C after another disappointing campaign. Back the tail of the tape after the break. Thornton Whitlock. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
one night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We are live on Pluto TV, where you can stream now, pay never, across our service. Download the app via applicable app store on your smart TV, smartphone and smart device. Robert Thornton and Simon Whitlock go toe-to-toe in Game 14 of our session here. And what a meeting this is. Two of the perennial players of the sharp end of the sport over the last 10-15 years. Thornton, having dropped off the circuit in 2020, has had success at this level, having picked up a couple of World Seniors titles up against Whitlock, who
First leg, it's Robert
has two real career highlights.
Game on.
European Championship win back in 2012 and the World Cup of Darts back in 2022. Only a couple of years ago did he team up with Damon Hetzer to pick up the trophy in Germany. And you'd imagine he's going to be a part of Team Australia for our international pairs.
108. $36.
Now Thornton eventually off with Dart 6. How would you categorise his campaign?
100.
He'll be happy. I think he will be, especially if he gets into a Group B campaign, because Robert Thornton came here not really knowing what to expect from his game, not knowing where it was.
7.
Maybe he thought he'd hit some 7s, in which case he'd have been correct, because he's just done one there. But he's come here off the back of the seniors, where maybe he was going to get back that title, probably went there full of hope.
121.
But he is a player that is full of hope and ambition right now, isn't he, Robert Thornton? Someone who wants to maybe have
59.
one more roll of the dice. And certainly some of the darts he's thrown this week would suggest that he's trending in the right direction.
132.
Well, this is some start from Simon, leaving himself tops after just 12 darts. For Thornton, the absolute opposite
59.
on throw.
Simon, you require 40.
So for 1-0 lead, double top. Now 2 10s.
Game shot
And it goes
first
as a
leg.
14 darter for Simon Whitlock to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on. $51.
Thornton off first darter this leg.
80.
Of course, busy day of darts tomorrow. We've got Super Series action, then Premier League in Brighton, and then
60.
Hey presto, we will be enjoying the greatest tour in professional sport from Friday because the Euro Tour gets
140.
underway. Really looking forward to this season. I think we could see some new names picking up some trophies there.
It's a tour that can change lives very quickly. Good one on the Euro Tour, get some good money on that Pro Tour order of merit.
60.
But it's going to be interesting, isn't it, to see how the prize money is going to be changing over the next couple of months. I'm hearing some very, very interesting murmurs around
60.
the upcoming announcement.
Now look what springboard it gave Luke Humphries. Became a prolific winner there, and it gave him the springboard to be a prolific winner when it came to the real big majors. This an improved leg from Thornton, leaving 87 after 12.
$60. Robert, you require 87.
Well, Whitlock's left himself on the fish. Thornton looking at 87. The ball
62.
doesn't go.
Simon, you require 170.
Haven't been threatened with any kind of finish like this at any point this week. And we're not going to there.
42. Robert, you require 25.
And so Thornton looks at double 4.
Game shot
And we are
leg.
back
Robert
level
Thornton.
at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Looks a bit agitated at times, doesn't he, Simon Whitlock? Someone who's been known for composure on the
No
hockey.
score.
Not giving away too much to his opponent, but maybe the frustration of 3 days' worth of play that's been sort of below the expectations of Simon Whitlock by his own levels.
32.
That being said, he's on a winning run.
120.
His last 3 matches, so doing something right.
And who knows what joy that could bring towards the Group C campaign, which would be a bit more familiar territory as well for Simon in terms of time. 1 o'clock start, kind of what he's become a bit more accustomed to in terms of Pro Tour
96.
action, as opposed to beginning at 9:30 a.m.
$59. $100.
Well, Simon Whitlock could do Paul Nicholson's favourite thing on a dartboard, but he's not going to take out the 350 and 6.
43.
And neither of them are going to attempt his accent.
$65.
25 in the last. Thornton just beginning to turn the screw in this game. Whitlock got off to a very strong start, but Thornton just beginning to get himself back in. Now, if Thornton wins
Robert,
this
you
game,
require 120.
the unthinkable becomes possible because Beaton will be in Group C. Nobody expected that at the beginning of the week.
Well, he's the favourite at the beginning of the week, not just to win the week, to win the group. You'd at least had him in the top half, wouldn't you? All going to be at the top end of the board here, though, for Robert Thornton. 20 and tops.
60.
A combination he's hit millions of times across his lifetime.
20.
Doesn't make it a million.
Simon, you require 148.
Now then, Simon. The 148 isn't going to go, and so Thornton will come back for his favourite target on the board
40.
to move to within a leg of winning and to move within a leg of playing in Group B on Thursday and Friday night.
4th flag, it's Simon to throw first. Game on. No score.
But opening here for Thornton. Whitlock coming off dry with the first turn. And he gets off and running with his second dart.
89. 81. 58. 140. 42.
Dreamy time this for Max Thornton.
Oh, 80.
It felt silly. It felt brave to stay on that target, and he's ended up swapping a treble 20 for a single. Just baited in by the fact of the maximum
59.
leaving tops.
Robert, you require 140.
Gambler's choice. And now, luckily for him, Whitlock is a long way back in this lane. But say that the Wizard was a little bit closer, that could have been a costly mistake.
I think if he was closer, I don't think he'd have took the gamble there, and I think just baited in by the moment we were seeing.
Robert, you require 86.
So, for the match and for Group B, double 16,
Game
Robert
shot,
Thornton's going to be playing the night session.
Thornton.
He beat Simon Whitlock by 3 legs to 1, and it's going to be Steve Beaton that's going to be playing in Group C. Simon Whitlock's going to join him, Neil Duff's going to join him. But Thornton and Harrison will both be in Group B tomorrow night. We know everything now. We've got one more game to go, and it's Leonard Gates and Steve Beaton to play it.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20, he went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
This is the tournament breakdown. We now know the 3 groups for the remainder of the week. Leonard Gates winning Group A. Group B tomorrow night will be Steve Rest, Ross Montgomery and Ted Evans alongside Andreas Harrison and Robert Thornton. Group C, Keegan Brown, Adrian Gray and Mark Dubridge alongside Steve Beaton, Simon Whitlock and Neil Duff. I tell you what, that might well be the greatest Group C lineup we have ever had. No clickbait intended. Steve Beaton hit a couple of doubles with his final couple of practice darts here, ahead of his clash with Leonard Gates, who is going to win the group. And we're going to hear from Leonard after this game is completed, when me and Matthew Edgar make the short trip over from the commentary box over to the studio. Well, this group has been a little bit like that Oasis track, hasn't it? Because all of the stars at points have faded away. But you don't have to worry, because you'll see them someday, specifically tomorrow on Pluto TV. So stop crying your darts out, everybody. Gates to get us underway on the final game of the session. Matthew Edgar is alongside me, and he's trying to uncringe himself from that previous line.
Yeah, it just made me really appreciate the fact this is the last game of the day.
Oh.
120
20 starts for Steve Beaton.
$58.
Favourite for the week, favourite for the group. It's a bit of a flop, really, isn't it, when you look at Steve Beaton now going to be playing in Group C, and his chances of getting through to Saturday have now dwindled down, because that Group C, as you mentioned, I mean, can you remember a Group C better than that?
Genuinely can't. Genuinely can't. Keegan Brown dropped off tour last year. Adrian Gray's handy. He's played well here in the past.
6.
And we know how good Mark Dubridge is. I actually don't think we've seen the best of Mark Dubridge on this stage.
41.
And I think the double-in, double-out format, I think, will make him just that little bit more dangerous. Because if he can get away quickly, we know how much of a power scorer he can be.
He's got a record in this building for power scoring, hasn't he? The player who's hit the most 180s in 42. A game.
Steve
did that one against Wes Newton when he hit 7 180s in this short format. That is absolutely
55.
Incredible. Will it ever be beaten?
I don't think in best of 7. I don't think that 8 in best of 7. I don't think in this format. We have 41. Seen more in a game. We did see one between Marvin Van Velden and Bradley Brooks over a longer format. Bullseye. But that was 65. The Global Championship. We were playing over an extended format then.
$97. Stevie required 25.
Double 8 for Steve Beaton. Now 2 4s.
17.
Clips a wire to take the opening leg, and so Gates
122.
looking at 122. Triple 18 bull. Not to be, so Beaton will come back for double 4 to
96.
get that break on the board.
Require 8.
Double 2. 1-0 to Steve Beaton.
Steve Beaton. Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. $89.
What would you say has been the biggest key towards Steve Beaton's longevity?
Simplicity.
58.
Simple action, not too much tinkering, great balance, good lifestyle management.
100.
It's the boring answers, but they are the answers.
85.
You'll never find Steve Beaton at 3 o'clock in the morning at the World of Pop.
85.
Never heard of that place.
$95. $135.
Steve Beaton, of course, will be heading to Group C following the end of this session. He'll be playing the afternoon shift, but it looks like he's going to be signing off
92.
On a high. Well, he's left himself on double 8 to open up a 2-0 lead. Glenn, a bit disappointing game, but let's be honest, he's got the job he needed to do done.
Stevie requires 16.
And Beaton just carrying on to his own beaten track.
8. Leonard, you require 113.
Had a couple of big finishes already, Leonard Gates. Tends to be for the match. One, 2, 9 for the match, 100 for the match.
Stevie requires
big finishes so far. Well, simple finish here for Steve Beaton.
Game shot on the second
There's
leg.
that word
Steve
again.
Beaton.
Simplicity.
Simplicity
Third
for
leg is
Stevie
Leonard
B.
to throw first.
And he leads by 2 legs to 0. Third dart in, Leonard Gates. Beaton.
No
and
score.
Able to get off in the beginning of this leg.
$95.
And of course, you can be here on Saturday night by scanning that QR code.
No
Takes
score.
you to www.dartshop.tv, where you can see some legends in action. And there's a guarantee this week, right? You're going to see some superstars ply their
100.
trade. And apparently, there's not many left.
117.
Quite a lot of the tickets already sold when the lineup was announced, wasn't they? And now as people have sat and watching it and enjoying the format at home,
95.
you can understand how quick they are flying out.
44.
You know for sure you're going to get to see Leonard Gates. His passage is already booked to Saturday. His ticket has been stamped.
81.
They still stamp tickets on trains.
100. Leonard,
That
you
was
require
one question I didn't think I'd
102.
have to answer today.
Joe 14 or bullseye? Decided to go 14s.
54. 60. Leonard, you require 48.
Double 16. Double 8.
Gates
Back
on
to
the third
2-1.
leg, Leonard Gates. Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Not the intended start, but it's a start. That's the beauty of the non-nominated doubles. Some of your local leagues, you've got to nominate what it is, so you can't have that slip to the side. No slip here for Leonard Gates. A perfect start to the leg.
$134.
Well, it was Steve Beaton who went 6 in the previous match that he played. Is Leonard Gates going to treat us to a moment of perfection himself?
140.
6 goes a begging, just flick the flight.
Well, everything magical that's happened on the stage so far, Leonard Gates has been on the stage for it. 100 average on Monday went the way of Leonard Gates against Simon Whitlock. 100 average on Tuesday went the way of Robert Thornton against Leonard Gates.
137.
So it would be quite fitting to have Leonard Gates on stage
167.
for another magical moment. Well, it's quite magical darts, isn't it? Down to 64 after 9 in double start against the throw. 64. That is brilliant. From Leonard Gates. Could be an 11 darter. It is.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Leonard Gates.
We saw a 10 darter, didn't we, early on today by Andreas Harrison, and Leonard Gates have another magical moment
it's
there.
Leonard to throw first.
And he has the darts in this crescendo leg, the final leg of the group. And he kicks off perfectly. Again.
120. $100. 60.
A lot more 3-2s today, Matt. It's been the most probably competitive day of the week so far.
Always going to be the case on decision day. But I've been talking about this a lot, and you see even experienced players, world champions, Steve Beaton using the 19s, had to use the 17.
100.
180 would leave 164. Using the 19 means a 180 does not leave a finish. Keeps him 9 darts away.
82.
It is my crusade of 2025.
$85. $140. Leonard, you require 136.
So Gates looking at 136. It would be the highest finish of the week against the man who has got the previous record of 135 in Beaton.
41. Steve, you require 120.
This really would be some way to sign off. But a ricochet from Dart 2 into Dart 1 means that Gates is going to get a look at this 95
Leonard, you require
to get over
95.
the line. It's the bullseye for Gates.
70.
It doesn't go, and so Steve Beaton looks at double 16 to wrap this match up and to wrap this group up. It's one left in his hand.
Game shot and the match, Steve Beaton.
Well, it's going to be Group C in the end for Steve Beaton, but he finishes with a win against Leonard Gates, who has gone on to win Group A. It's a 3-2 win for the Bonds Adonis, but it's Leonard Gates that's won the group. Analysis for myself and Matthew Edgar to come next. And it's bound to be a blockbuster Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The Group A action here at Double Trouble 3 has come to a close. And before the break, it was Steve Beaton around of his campaign with a win. But it is a victorious campaign for Leonard Gates. He is the winner of Group A. He wins it by 2 points. Incredibly, 16 points for Steve Beaton. And still, he could only get a Group C position. One of the tightest groups I think we've ever seen here at the Super Series. But it is Leonard Gates that has won it, and he joins myself and Matthew Edgar here in the studio. Now, we were mentioning how tight that table was. When you were playing the games, did it feel like a really, really tight group?
Yeah, definitely. These guys play stellar darts. You know, they're very experienced in what they do here. It was kind of a mind thing to where I just have to stay steady and they have to, you know, they do what they do. But ultimately, you know, it's whoever persists and stays steady at the end.
And so you must be really pleased the fact that you were able to get over the line and win that group.
Yeah, definitely. It's always it because now I get 2 days of rest. So.
How important is that as well? Because we've mentioned that you've been here for a couple of weeks now. Well, that couple of days rest served you well because you played the full week last week.
Yeah, definitely. It's my sleep pattern has been off, so to get 2 days to get some rest, regroup, and come back Saturday night is a plus.
When you beat Andreas there, that was the moment you qualified through. Did you know at the time that was enough to get you through? Because we were working it out in the commentary box.
Well, I told myself just each opponent, especially Andreas and Robert Thornton, they beat me like the first 2 days. So I said, okay, I got to get these guys back. You know, that's my thing, to get them on the get back. So when I beat him, I said, okay, I think I'm pretty much in after I beat him. So,
what would be your assessment of the way Leonard played in Group A, Matt?
Yeah, it started slow, didn't it? The first couple of games on Monday, and then from that point onwards, found consistency that nobody else did within this group, and that is the key. Consistency is always the key in Group A because it's over an extended format, over 3 days, only one place available. So you've got to be consistent on that high table, and Leonard was, and not only that, the doubling. Going into today at nearly 50% over 2 days is incredible. The amount of games where it'd be 50% plus. And that's key. Glenn Durrant said it on Saturday night that he believes that Leonard is one of the best players in the world when it comes to one dart in hand, and he's certainly shown it today.
And one of the keys as well for you was strategy, wasn't it? Because if something didn't work out, if a certain target area didn't work out, say for example tops or double 14, you'd quickly change to something else, and it tended to work for you.
Yeah, definitely. Like I was telling the guys back in the room that it's like, you know, I kind of play on a feeling. If I'm not feeling a certain number as far as doubling in today or this week, I'm gonna switch it up, you know. So when I'm back there practicing and I'm shooting and I'm practicing, I hit a double. It's like, okay, this feels pretty good. So when I was in the back, I was like, double 19 feels good. So I figured I would try it, and it worked out for the best.
Is that particularly why when you changed targets, they were completely different parts of the board, double 19, double top from the double 14, say, for example?
Yeah, definitely. I still had the confidence of the double 14, but I said, let me stick and try with the double 19 because I was hitting it. This last couple of games, I was just like, double 20 is working. I was like, okay, let me try that then. So I was getting in the first dart, second dart, and it felt good.
How much have you enjoyed this format over the last few days?
Oh man, I love this format. This is one of the best formats in darts. Double in, double out, because it makes it harder for the players to just like, okay, they're getting away from the routine of just open in, double out. Mm-hmm. So now you have to double in and double out. So it's very challenging, and I love it.
Do you think this is the type of environment that you actually thrive in then, playing this particular format, but considering how strong you are on doubles?
Yeah, I push myself because as y'all can see, the averages in the 70s when you double in and double out. But I'm telling myself, I said, let me try to get an 80+ average every time I play with the double in and double out.
Leonard, we'll have another quick chat with you in just a second. Myself and Matt are going to round up what else has happened. Have a look at the tournament bracket now as we head into the final couple of days of the week. Now, both of these groups look absolutely horrible. We'll begin with Group B. Matt, Ross Montgomery's just come off the back of the World Seniors Championship. Ted Everts came within a leg of winning it last time, and Steve West will fancy his chances whoever he was pitted against.
And that's why Leonard Gates is sat here with a big smile across his face, because he doesn't have to compete against this. That's some quality groups right there. And Ted Everts, I'm going to start there. He, for me, is one of sort of the informed players at the moment. I think he's going to trend back towards getting a tour card. And I think when he does, I think he's going to be better than the first time round for him. He's got a point to prove. You know, he was dominating the development tour at the time Dimitri Vandenberg and Luke Humphries was around. And he's now sat on the bench, sat watching those players go and achieve what it looked like he was going to go and do. So I think that's gave him a little bit of a kick. And I know that he's playing well. I know he's practicing well. I think he could be one to watch.
And very quickly, best Group C ever?
Oh, absolutely. Without a doubt. I've never seen one like it. And I would love to see anybody's argument or debate to a Group C that goes up against that on paper.
Final word, Leonard, goes to you. You've come close a few occasions in the Super Series. You know the question I'm going to ask you. How much would you like to get over the line on Saturday night and call yourself a champion in here?
It's with me right now, it's not about how much. I have to do it. Mm-hmm. I have to get me a championship on the Modus Super Series or the Double Trouble, whatever Modus has. It has to do with Modus involved. I got to get a championship on this stage. That's it.
Well, we look forward to watching you play on Saturday night. Many congratulations. Enjoy the rest, most important.
Yeah.
Well, then it was to see you on Saturday. See you tomorrow. Matt, thank you so much for your company. Thank you for your company as well, wherever you have been tuning in. Leonard Gates, the winner of Group A. 18 points was enough for him to get over the line. And incredibly, Steve Beaton, with 16 points to his name, is going to be playing in Group C. It's going to be a blockbuster lineup over the next couple of days, so you will not want to miss a dart here on Pluto TV. We're going to resume the action tomorrow from 1 o'clock with Group C, a blockbuster Group C, and then tomorrow night from 10 o'clock, we're going to see Group B get underway. But as far as Group A is concerned, Leonard Gates was the golden player. We've got plenty coming up on Pluto TV. The story of Peter Wright is coming up after the break. But that is it for the live darts here on Pluto TV, where in Group A, it was Golden Gates who crossed the finishing line, and we're going to see him in the Saturday Night Showdown. Bye from us.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty